Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV here to bring you the latest updates on the Iran war and the ongoing naval blockade. We're going to be taking your comments on the air, bringing you updates, letting you know what's going on. I saw a story recently about some reported new Iranian proposal. I don't know if it's true, but we'll check that out. And so we'll see what's happening here. I have not heard. President Trump talked yesterday about the possibility of talks in the next couple of days in Pakistan again, but I haven't heard of anything scheduled yet. So we'll see if there's more U.S. talks with Iran. And isn't it 7 days left in the... I thought yesterday was 8 days left in the ceasefire. Isn't it 7 days left in the ceasefire? I got to check this. The 22nd? Is that when it is? I have to check. I believe the 22nd, which would be in a week. Is the ceasefire going to get extended? I don't know. And also, for those who are interested, hold on a second. I saw this today. What was this though? Yeah, I don't know. Where's this? There is apparently going to be another one of those periodic. Is there going to be a periodic press conference tomorrow morning from the Department of War? I'll have to look for the announcement. Reuters says that Defense Secretary Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Kane, will brief reporters tomorrow at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. I don't think we'll be live for the 8 a.m. Pentagon press briefing tomorrow. All right, so let's get into some updates. Hey, I want to first thank our moderators who are here. I really appreciate it. Ruth is moderating. Beth Mythical is moderating. Thank you. And over on Twitch, we have moderating Idaho Star and Matthew Kohai 3. Thanks so much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. All right, so let's get into some... Whoa. Charlotte Webb is moderating. Thank you, Charlotte. On Facebook. Thank Tristan McConnell Gates and Barry Eisler for subscribing over there. Andrea Holder is moderating. Thank you. Hey, thanks so much to Thomas P0419. Thomas, you've been so supportive. Thomas from Sweden. Thomas gave 5 people memberships. He's given so many memberships from Sweden. Thank you so much, Thomas. I really appreciate that. Thanks also Chris Donahue, our new member. And Benny, our member. Thank you. Also Juan Cabrera. Thanks so much, Juan Cabrera. And also Least Trustworthy Weasel. Thank you. All right, I want to mention this to start. Hey, look what Reuters is reporting. Reuters says Iran offers proposal allowing ships to exit Oman side of Hormuz free of attack, source says. I don't know if this is true. So the Oman side of the Strait of Hormuz would be the east side. That's the Persian Gulf side. There's Oman. So we're talking about the Oman side. Are they talking about letting ships out that have been stuck in the Persian Gulf for weeks now? Let's see. So Reuters says Iran could consider allowing ships to sail freely through the Omani side of the Strait of Hormuz without risk of attack as part of proposals it has offered in negotiations with the U.S., providing a deal is clinched to prevent renewed conflict, a source briefed by Tehran said. Hundreds of tankers and other ships and 20,000 seafarers have been stuck inside the Gulf since the war began. The source, who declined to be identified due to declined to be publicly identified due to the sensitivity of the matter, said Iran could be willing to let ships use the other side of the narrow strait without any hindrance from Tehran. I'm trying to figure out exactly what that means. The source did not say whether Iran would also agree to clear any mines it may have placed in that stretch of water, or if all ships, even those linked to Israel, would be allowed to pass freely. But the source added that the proposal hinged on whether Washington was prepared to meet Tehran's demands, a condition that was central to any potential breakthrough with the Strait of Hormuz. The White House did not respond to a request for comment. Iran did not respond. It was not immediately available for comment. A Western security source said the proposal to let ships pass through Omani waters unhindered had been in the works, though it was not clear if there had been any response from Washington yet. The proposal would be, it says, Reuters says, the first visible step by Tehran to pull back from more combative ideas floated in recent weeks, which included charging ships for passage through the international waterway and imposing sovereignty on the strait, seen by the global shipping industry as unprecedented unilateral steps in breach of maritime conventions. Iran's proposal would be the first move toward restoring the status quo on sailing through the strait, which had been in place for decades, despite periodic seizures by Iran of ships crossing the waterway. Yeah, I'm a little confused by this. It doesn't really explain it. It says the proposal would allow ships to sail freely through the Omani side of the strait. That could mean a bunch of things. I mean, the Strait of Hormuz, it's like this upside down U-shaped thing here. So the Omani side would be this side. So allowing ships to sail freely through this side. I mean, technically speaking, if you can only sail through this side, you can't sail through the Strait of Hormuz because there's two sides and then there's a middle. So I'm not really sure, and it's not clear to me from the article, what it means. I thought maybe it meant it might allow ships to sail to the Oman direction, which would allow them to get out but not to get into the Gulf. But it's just not clear from the article, I'll say that. Planet says all ships move to Omani side. CGI Joe says how generous of them. Anyways, I guess if nothing else, it's some sort of proposal besides like the maximalist proposals. Give me 1 second here. You know, if nothing else, it's something besides we control the strait or something. But I don't know. I mean, I don't really know the details. It's not clear from the article what the details are of that proposal. So hard to say how much of a concession it is. Interesting to hear. Yeah, oh, also, I should mention, yeah, one of our viewers said it's true that the point of land up here is part of Oman. But when they say the Omani side, I assume they mean the east side because Oman is over here. Most of Oman is over here. But yes, the tip of that peninsula does belong to Oman. So a fair point. The Mon captain says maybe Oman territorial waters, you mean? Well, that would be like, you mean like this, the south side rather than the north? I see what you're saying. But then there's a problem like if ships can freely go to the Omani side, I mean, well, here's Oman. If you're talking about territorial waters, that's Oman, but the UAE is here, right? And then here's Oman here. This is the UAE. So that's if you're talking about territorial waters, like, within 12 miles of the coast or something, that's kind of confusing too. Also, I mean, much of the strait does not have Oman on the coast. This is all UAE coast here. This is UAE coast here. This is UAE coast here. But I guess there's some version of it that you can interpret it that way. True. Anyways, it's kind of confusing. If I see more detail, I'll let you know. Maybe it's intentionally confusing. Maybe that's literally the proposal they put out, to be intentionally confusing. Now, give me 1 second here. Thanks, Jason is right, our member. And also, Katie Kubiak gave 10 people memberships. That's really nice of Katie. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you memberships or a gift sub. Thank you so much, Katie. Also, thanks to Shoot Me. I'm going to say Shoot. Shoot. Thank you, Shoot. I appreciate you being a member. And the Mon Captain. Thank you, the Mon Captain. So we'll keep an eye on if any more comes out on that. I had some numbers of ships that passed through the strait in the last day I was going to mention. Now, by the way, Reuters, so just to clarify on that Reuters story, I should clarify here. Hang on. So the headline says exit Omani side. Okay, see, this is where there's confusion. The headline says exit Omani side, but in the story it says Iran could consider allowing ships to sail freely through the Omani side. Does it even say the word? Yeah, literally the only mention of the word exit is in the headline of the story. The actual text of the story does not contain the word exit. Now, if the proposal is to allow them to exit the Omani side, well, what that would allow is ships that were trapped. There are hundreds of ships that have been trapped in there for weeks. They would get to leave. But I mean, that's granted, that's, something, but that in no way is ceding any control of the Strait of Hormuz, because in the future, any ship that would, if you'd want to go pick up something in the Persian Gulf, you have to enter, then exit. So it doesn't help you much to be able to exit if you can't enter. So maybe that proposal is just like, well, we'll let the ships stuck in there get out, which again isn't nothing. It's not really much of a, it's more of a short-term thing than any kind of long-term concession. James Crandall Painting says ceasefire ends in 7 days. Someone asked about Trump speaking. I have not heard that he has any kind of plan to speak tonight. There's nothing on his schedule to speak tonight. You never know. Mammy Washington says this will wrap up soon so we can get to solving Cuba. David Gray thinks Trump holds all the cards. Thank you, Lordoc, who says the strait isn't deep enough. Oman side, 4 large ships. Lordoc, are you saying I know the strait has different depths. Are you saying the strait isn't deep enough? I don't want to misinterpret you. You might be saying that close to the Oman coast, large ships can't go through there. I know that before the war, the normal trade route, I think, was only about 2 miles wide. There are these 2 shipping lanes that ships would go through, but only about 2 miles wide in the middle of the strait. Thank you, by the way, Lordoc. I think Lordoc is in the UAE. Maybe Lordoc was saying something, well, we shouldn't interpret that proposal as close to the Omani coast because they couldn't really sail there. Maybe that's what Lordoc was saying. Okay, hang on a moment here. Yes, so the shipping lanes. Hang on. The shipping lanes. Well, Al Jazeera says the shipping lanes are each about 2 nautical miles wide, separated by a buffer zone. The usual shipping lanes. Any updates on mines? No. It's not even confirmed there are mines there, and I have certainly not heard any updates in the last day on the existence or removal of mines in the strait. Let's talk about. I want to mention the number of ships that went through in the last day. So according to Marine Traffic Maritime News, well, this is according to Kepler. Kepler says that as of yesterday, the total crossings through the Strait of Hormuz in the past day, April 14th, rose to 16 vessels. Normally it'd be about 130 or so. But commercial traffic remained limited to 8 crossings, just 2 higher than the day before. Almost all voyages moved outward among commercial movements, they said, indicating that vessels are still prioritizing exit over re-entry during the blockade. Several vessels appear to have halted or reduced movement after clearing the strait, which may reflect the deterrent effect of the blockade. Given that nearly every vessel in this group, they said, of commercial, are they talking about the commercial traffic yesterday? Given that nearly every vessel in this group has a documented history of lifting Iranian origin sanctioned cargo, operators may be reluctant to proceed further until there is greater clarity on enforcement risk. That's interesting. No new physical attacks have been recorded since the start of the U.S. blockade, with disruption so far limited to diversions, including that of the sanctioned liquids carrier Austria. Maybe we can show you that on the screen. So Austria is a chemical tanker under the flag of Botswana and claimed destination UAE. But let's see this one. Do we have a past track here? Yeah, so this ship appeared to be diverted according to marine traffic. So if we do this, what you can see is, can you see this here? Right, so it left, it was going this way towards going through the strait, and then it turned around. Can you guys see that? It was going up and then it turned around, and now it's back there. When did it turn around? Yes, it turned around on April 13th, which, if I remember right, the blockade was underway. I'm not sure why it did, but it was going there, and then it turned around. But marine traffic says it was diverted. It's a sanctioned liquids carrier. One of the viewers said, look at the route of Kashan. It made it to the Iran border and turned around. I don't know. We might have seen Kashan last night. Let's see. Kashan is a container ship. It's an Iranian container ship. And that's interesting. It left Iran. Looks like it left Iran, I think. Let's see if we pull this up here. Does it have a port? Here it says it left Benghazi, Libya. But it was heading to, and it's heading to India, maybe? Anyway, so it's a little confusing because I don't see where it was originally. Port call log. Oh no, here it says port, Iran. It says it was in an Iranian port. Is that where it is now? A Bandar Abbas anchor. I think that's where it is now. I think maybe it's anchored in Bandar Abbas. Anyways, so I don't know. Remember, the blockade is on ships going to or coming from Iran. I don't know for a fact that this ship it's an Iranian ship. I don't know for a fact that it was going to or coming from Iran. It was in Iranian waters. I don't know if it had actually, left, it was in a port there. But anyways, it came from there and it went out the Strait of Hormuz and it made it all the way out here, but then it turned around and now it's slowed down. So maybe that was stopped for whatever reason too. Thanks to the viewer for mentioning Kashan. That was Chessfish who mentioned that. I have to hold on. Evelyn Maine thinks operators are probing the limits of U.S. enforcement. That's what Evelyn thinks. Cliff P says, are oil wells being shut down yet? Big problems. Some can lose capacity forever. Yeah, we'll talk about that. As I was saying last night, a number of viewers, I guess, are reading some reports somewhere suggesting that Iran, if they don't start shipping oil, will suffer catastrophic, permanent infrastructure damage. And as I was saying last night, I don't believe that to be the case. Some of the Gulf states in the first weeks of the war had to start reducing their output. And my understanding is that because these countries don't have unlimited storage. So if you're pumping oil and you can't sell it, then eventually you got to, lower your output. You can have no storage for it. But the big issue isn't that if you lower or stop your production, that it'll destroy your production permanently. As I understand it, the big issue is that getting it going again can be very delayed. It takes a lot of time, and you can have time, and there can be some damage. But again, I feel like I've seen some things online claiming that Iran is at the risk of some sort of catastrophe if they can't ship oil in 2 weeks, and I just don't believe that to be a case. I was actually reading an article about that last night. Maybe we can look to that a little later. By the way, thanks to Carrie Poteet and Jamie Clark. Thank you. Thanks Los FD, who says, sounds like Iran could use a Snickers. Thanks Gen Xer. Are you reporting on China taking Scarborough Shoal in response? I have to admit, this is literally the first time I've heard of this claim. I have never heard of this claim until I just read it right now. Reuters reports on it today. They say Scarborough is one of Asia's most hotly disputed maritime sites, and that China is employing ships in a barrier to tighten control of the entrance to it amid roiling tension with the Philippines over this place. That certainly doesn't seem like China responding to the Iran war. That sounds like China. Yeah, literally the headline says China moves to block entrance to disputed South China Sea shoal. There's a dispute over it between the Philippines and China. Now, I don't want to get too distracted on that. Maybe we can talk about it later, maybe not. But again, it doesn't seem to me that that's related to the Iran war. I'm looking at the article today from Reuters. It doesn't. Now, it doesn't specifically say it's related to Iran. One thing the article mentions, it says no, that's something different. It doesn't even mention it in that context. It doesn't mention Iran when talking about the disputed area. It says thousands of troops from both. What is it here? I don't want to talk about that right now. Anyways, I am not aware that the thing you mentioned is related to the Iran war directly. So, but thank you, Gen Xer. I appreciate it. Let's see here. Hold on a second here. Now, maybe there's some sort of relation, but again, it's not obvious to me. Thank you, Gen Xer. Thank you also to Roy1822, who said there is audio of a U.S. ship interdicting message. Fox News posted about a 20-second clip today of some message in recent days that U.S. shippers had broadcast to ships in the Strait of Hormuz. But the one I heard just said like something like turn around or follow what we say or you will be, subject to search and stoppage and possible seizure or whatever. I don't know about the one you heard, Roy. The one I heard on Fox News was it was not didn't sound like it was saying we're taking you over now or something or we're stopping you now. It was like a warning. I'll see if I find any others. Thank you so much, Roy1822. And Michael McIntyre, our member, and Flat for Life. Yes, as Flat for Life says, the tip of the peninsula is part of Oman. One of our viewers said it's an enclave. I think that's the right term for it. Anyway, that is part of Oman. And then this here is UAE. And then this is Oman here. Is it an enclave? Enclave. Part of a country separated from its main body by the territory of another country. There you go, enclave. So our viewer was correct who said that. Some of our viewers said that. Oh, I'll see if I can pull up that audio. Let me look for it. Thanks also. Jason is right. And okay, for the being a member. Let's check a couple things here. Oh, hey, look. One of our viewers said, new CENTCOM post. Yesterday, 7 minutes ago, an Iranian-flagged cargo vessel tried to evade the U.S. blockade after leaving Bandar Abbas, exiting the Strait of Hormuz, and transiting along the Iranian coastline. The guided missile destroyer USS Spruance successfully redirected the vessel, which is heading back to Iran. 10 vessels have now been turned around and 0 ships have broken through since the start of the U.S. blockade on Monday. So they say 10 vessels have been turned around since the start of the blockade. Mr. Bigley Uncredible says, good job, Navy. Jimmy Yeager says they have to clear out the mines. It won't open till safe. Well, as I said yesterday, it's not just the mines. The reason it was effectively closed in the first place was not mines. It was because Iran was attacking ships with things like drones and missiles. So even if there are mines, even if they get cleared out, Iran could still attack ships. So for ships to feel safe, I presume you would have to clear any mines out and also get some kind of guarantee from Iran they're not going to attack ships or some sort of military protection escort, if that's even possible, in such close proximity to the Iranian coast. I assume that's the destroyer right there, this USS Spruance. I assume. Let's see. Yes, it does look like the USS Spruance. I just looked up the USS Spruance. It does look like it. So again, that's from Central Command. They say 10 vessels have been turned around. They say 0 have broken through since the start of the blockade. They also said after implementing the blockade on ships entering and departing Iranian ports, American forces halted economic trade going into and out of Iran by sea. U.S. sailors, Marines, and airmen remain positioned and ready to act against any vessels seeking to violate the blockade. So the U.S. has by force cut off economic trade going into and out of Iran. There was one other thing I wanted to mention. They said last night, 5 hours ago, they said during the first 48 hours of the blockade on ships entering and exiting Iranian ports, no vessels have made it past U.S. forces. Additionally, 9 vessels, it's now 10, have complied with direction from U.S. forces to turn around and return toward an Iranian port or coastal area. And then here's the statement from last night. Statement from Admiral Brad Cooper, CENTCOM commander. A blockade of Iranian ports has been fully implemented as U.S. forces maintain maritime superiority in the Middle East. An estimated 90% of Iran's economy is fueled by international trade by sea. In less than 36 hours since the blockade was implemented, U.S. forces have completely halted economic trade going into and out of Iran by sea. Our viewer Sam Diniz on Facebook says this blockade is evil and people look happy to make other humans suffer. Nobody is at the good level, just parasite mentality. OO2DO thinks people are having a meltdown that U.S. blockade is working. Now, it's working in the sense, apparently, of cutting off the trade. But the goal of the blockade is not to cut off trade for its own sake. The goal of the blockade is to end the war by getting Iran to open up the Strait of Hormuz and agree to other things that the U.S. wants it to agree to, like giving up its enriched uranium. It's unclear if that stuff is going to happen. We'll have to see. John Parsons has a good question. He says, what about the Caspian corridor, which is, I'm not aware that the Caspian is blockaded. Iran does some maritime trade through the Caspian Sea up here. But according to the U.S., well, the statement said an estimated 90% of Iran's economy is fueled by international trade by sea. I would assume most of it is through this route rather than up here. But that is something that's not being, I'm not aware that the blockade applies up there. Never heard that it was. Someone mentioned the stock market in the chat. I wanted to talk about that too. Let me read a couple more comments. Julio Lopez says USA are pirates now. Jim Bart says total surrender. Marcus G says, what gives Iran the right to block international water? Chris Donahue says, anyone who feels sorry for Iran is welcome to go there. Snarf Maru, I am in the U.S. "4848 says technically it is piracy, but Iran is behaving the same. Oh, somebody wasn't asking about where I'm located. Here, let's talk about the stock market here. Stock market time. S&P 500 closes at fresh record, recovering all losses since start of U.S.-Iran war. Seems like the markets think that this thing is on the way to ending soon. That's what the markets seem to think. The S&P 500 closed at a new record high Wednesday, its first since the U.S.-Iran conflict began, says Reuters, as hopes of a de-escalation in the war and robust earnings expectations drew investors back into risk assets. President Trump has said that talks with Iran to end the war could soon resume after the first round of talks collapsed several days ago. Equity markets fell sharply last month when hostilities erupted, unleashing a historic shock to oil markets and reviving concerns about inflation and the outlook for U.S. interest rates. The S&P 500 slid as much as 9% after the war broke out. NASDAQ and Dow Jones slid at least 10%. Markets have drawn support for expectations for strong corporate earnings. Executives at big banks said the U.S. consumer remained resilient despite the oil shock, while the pipeline for deals and IPOs was robust. Several brokerages have viewed the sell-off as an opportunity to snap up stocks at a bargain as the conflict lowered valuations. Still, the prospect of renewed escalation in the conflict continues to loom, with any flare-up likely to test the market's recent confidence. Down at the bottom, you can't see it. It says, even if risks stemming from geopolitics fade, the concerns that dominated sentiment before the war could reemerge, particularly fears about disruption linked to artificial intelligence. Private credit firms have also been contending with redemption risk as nervous investors head for exits. Mark Lead X says the USA are just bullies. Mammy Washington says we are bullying the bad guys. Ches says market manipulation. Ninja Baseball Batman says suckers rally. The Dow is at 48,463. The Dow was slightly, am I seeing that right? Make sure. I just saw it, but it might have been, I want to make sure it was not old. The Dow was very slightly down today. NASDAQ was up 1.5%, roughly. S&P was up almost 1%. Alone in the Darkness says it's because Trump lies to manipulate the market. Black Cat thinks the Iranian regime can't afford to continue. D. Crusher says this is just market manipulation. Wes Downer thinks the markets know that blockade equals checkmate. Paula Thompson says it will go up and it will go down. By the way, President Trump posted this earlier today. Oh, I did want to mention oil prices too. We should talk about that. We should talk about the oil prices. So I'm looking right now and I am seeing right now very little change today in oil. I'm seeing WTI oil up about 0.2%, around 91.5. Brent is about 95, up about 0.1%. Not that much change today. You can see here, Reuters says oil prices steady as Hormuz shipping constraints counter U.S.-Iran peace hopes. They say oil prices held steady today as ongoing worries about supply disruptions offset comments by President Trump that the war in Iran could be over soon. A source briefed by Tehran, we read this report before and it was kind of confusing. A source briefed by Tehran said Iran could consider allowing ships to sail freely through the Omani side of the Strait of Hormuz without risk of attack, as part of proposals it's offered. Providing a deal is clinched to prevent renewed conflict. As I said earlier, I'm confused what that would involve. The strait has, it goes all through here. It's got a UAE side, I guess you can say, and an Omani side. I'm guessing that's the two sides they're talking about, and not the north and south. But it, I mean, because there's Oman is here, but the UAE is here. It's a little confusing. First of all, what side they're talking about. Second of all, I can't imagine they're saying, oh, it's okay. The strait is open as long as you don't sail close to Iran. That would make no sense for them to be proposing that. Another version of that story, another article said that the story from Reuters said in the headline that they were considering letting ships leave through the Omani side. That made a little more sense to me. And if that's the case, then what they might be proposing is, well, all these ships that have been stuck in here for weeks, the hundreds of ships, maybe they'll let them leave through the Omani side. And I would understand, I mean, that's a proposal. It's not a long-term fix to the issue. Anyways, I don't want to get hung up. We talked about that a bunch. But just to clarify, there's a bit of confusion about what that proposal is. Anyways, on the oil prices held steady today. 45 days after Iran's Revolutionary Guard declared the strait closed, effectively shutting in about 20% of global oil and LNG shipments, transit through the strait remains at only a fraction of the 130-plus daily crossings before the war. I believe Kapler said, if I remember right, that 14 ships went through yesterday. Cumulative Middle Eastern crude and condensate supply losses have reached 496 million barrels to date, said Kapler, a Kapler analyst. Analysts at Gelber and Associates said recent tracking data shows a small but increasing number of tankers moving through the Strait of Hormuz, even as overall traffic remains sharply below normal levels. The result is a market that is no longer pricing a full-scale outage, but still holding a residual premium as flows recover unevenly rather than snapping back to normal. Also, Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, said today the U.S. will not be renewing the waivers that allowed the purchase of some Iranian and Russian oil without facing U.S. sanctions. The International Monetary Fund expects at least a dozen countries to seek new loan programs to cope with surging energy prices and supply chain disruptions caused by the Middle East war. Japan said it would establish a financial framework worth about $10 billion to help Asian countries to procure energy resources and bolster their staples. You know, one thing that we're going to have to wait and see, which we haven't seen yet, we haven't seen Iran. I mean, Iran has, there's been a few ships that tried to leave and then they turned around, right? But we have not seen any kind of, like military response from Iran, like going after energy infrastructure in the Gulf or the Saudi pipeline, or having the Houthis, the group they support in Yemen, attack Red Sea shipping. This is all things that in theory could happen. So, I don't know what Iran's thinking is on this. I don't know that anyone publicly knows their thinking on this, but Is their plan to wait it out for a while and then maybe change what they're doing? Don't know. But I wouldn't assume that Iran's response the last couple of days would be their response for, say, an entire month or something. Lost EB says, my 401k balance is now back and above from when the conflict began. Tree Hugger says it's just the future's totally misleading. Well, certainly the spot price of oil, if you need oil right away, that is more expensive, a lot more expensive than futures, which the prices we were just discussing. I haven't seen an article today about how much oil for immediate demand is. I believe in the last week it got up to about $150 a barrel. That's if you need it right away. Quiescence, our viewer says, Iran should not have nuclear weapons, but it's easy to understand why they would pursue them at this point. Every other nation without nukes thinks the same today. Boom Seen from Moon says, don't blame the U.S. blockade, blame Iran. They're delaying the inevitable. Not My Real Name thinks this war was a mistake. Yeah, we might play the briefing in a little bit. We might play that briefing. Who knows? Maybe when I eventually have some food, maybe we'll play it then. Thank you to Carrie Poteet, our member. Thank you so much. Bunker Buster, our member. Thank you. Janet B, thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it, Janet B. Thanks also, Mackinder, who says, no economical compromises, no money equals no money for missiles and bombs. Simple. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth, who says, our news in the Netherlands said today Iran will attack shipping if blockade continues. Look, there's been a bunch of speculation that Iran could start, taking some sort of military action or attack action if this blockade continues. We haven't seen it yet. I can't tell you what they're going to do. Thank you to Vasil Mametko, who was talking about the stock market. I think we addressed Vasil's point. Yeah, we talked about the S&P. Thank you so much. Also, Angelic Slayer, thank you. Yeah, I posted about there's an Australian refinery on fire. I posted about it a while back on my X account. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Thank you, Angelic Slayer. Thank you also, Drafty Panda and Jamie Clark. Thank you. And Mo90X and Paul Grogan. Thank you. Also over there on Twitch, the only God, yo. Thanks for subscribing. My Crystal Clear Life, thanks for subscribing. I got to remember to keep checking for the new updates too. I kind of thought that maybe by now we'd hear about new U.S. and Iran talks. There was an interesting quote last night. Where is it here? Yes, so Jonathan Karl with ABC News posted last night about 11 p.m. Eastern time. And he said that Trump told him yesterday, Jonathan Karl of ABC News said Trump told him yesterday, I think you're going to be watching an amazing 2 days ahead, he said. I really do. And he said, I think a deal is preferable because then they can rebuild. But he said, again, I don't know what he really meant by this. He told Jonathan Karl the ceasefire and extending the ceasefire wouldn't be necessary. But he said, I think you're going to be watching an amazing 2 days ahead. I really do. And he also told the New York Post yesterday, new talks could be happening over the next 2 days. So I was kind of thinking that, well, if he says talks are going to happen in 2 days, I mean, they can't just get there right away. It takes a while to get there from the U.S. to Pakistan, if that's where it's happening. That maybe today he would announce talks, or last night, but it hasn't been announced yet. Just Smile and Wave says, define amazing in Trump terms. Junior Prusky thinks you can't believe what he says. Hasselhoff thinks the ceasefire will be extended. We all know this. Austin said Trump told the New York Post the same thing yesterday morning, and nothing has happened. Rich said that Iran posted earlier they aren't budging on enrichment. I haven't seen that myself. I'll look around for some of the statements by Iran and its officials. I do want to mention what President Trump said. President Trump said earlier today, for those who haven't seen it, this was this morning, China is very happy that I am permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz. I am doing it for them also, and the world. This situation will never happen again. China has agreed not to send weapons to Iran. President Xi will give me a big fat hug when I get there in a few weeks. We are working together smartly and very well. Doesn't that beat fighting? But remember, we are very good at fighting if we have to, far better than anyone else. So President Trump says that the U.S. is permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz, and it will never happen again, this situation. It is interesting. I mean, I'm sure many of you remember, probably, what was it, a week or two ago? There was a while that President Trump was saying repeatedly, we're not going to open the strait, that the European countries, the countries that get oil from the strait, they'll have to do it themselves. I mean, I'm sure many of you remember he many times said that. But the focus now seems to have shifted to the U.S. doing it. Tri-plan BFF says kindness with a veiled threat. Wisco Joe thinks this is him trolling China. Mammy says he is a master troll. Lulu says lots of ping-ponging. Stephen thinks Iran is in checkmate. Speaking of China, there was an interesting article, there was an interesting report from the Financial Times last night, which I had reposted, but I want to mention it. Oh, I have a summary of it here. It was in the Financial Times, but I have a summary right here. Oopsie. Conveniently, I have a summary right here. This is a very interesting story. You can see here, Reuters summarizes it. Iran used Chinese spy satellite to target U.S. bases. Financial Times reports. Beijing denies story. By the way, quick thanks to, I think I got everybody. Did I thank Mo90X? I think I did. Shout out to our mods. Hold on, I want to thank our mods. Really appreciate it. We have Beth Mythical moderating right now. Roberts May Queen is moderating. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha over there on X moderate for us. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3. They are all modding there. On Facebook, Shannon Davis Hughes, Charlotte Webb, Andrea Holder, thank you. All right, let's talk about this. This was interesting. I was reading this story last night in the Financial Times. Iran secretly acquired a Chinese spy satellite in late 2024 that has allowed it to target U.S. military bases across the Middle East during the current war, the Financial Times reported on Wednesday, an account that Beijing dismissed as untrue. The TEE-01B satellite, built and launched by Chinese company Earth I Co., was acquired by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' Aerospace Force after it was launched into space from China, the report said, citing leaked Iranian military documents. Iranian military commanders directed the satellite to monitor major U.S. military sites, the newspaper said, citing time-stamped coordinate lists, satellite imagery, and orbital analysis. The images were taken in March before and after drone and missile strikes on those locations, the Financial Times said. As part of the deal, Iran received access to commercial ground stations operated by Emposat, a Beijing-based provider of satellite control and data services, with a network extending across Asia, Latin America, and other regions, according to the report. The Chinese Foreign Ministry denied the report today, calling it untrue. In a statement to Reuters, China said, recently, some forces have been keen on fabricating rumors and maliciously associating them to China. China firmly opposes this kind of practice driven by ulterior motives, they said. Reuters could not verify the report. The White House, CIA, and Pentagon did not immediately respond with comment. The report said from Financial Times that the White House did not comment on the relationship between Impostat and the IRGC, but a spokesman referred to comments President Trump made on the weekend when he warned that China would face big problems if it provided Iran with air defense systems. The satellite captured images of Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia on March 13th, 14th, and 15th, the report said. On March 14th, President Trump confirmed that U.S. planes at that base had been hit. According to the report, the satellite also monitored the Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan and locations close to the U.S. Fifth Fleet Naval Base in Manama, Bahrain, and Erbil Airport, Iraq, around the time of Iran-claimed attacks on facilities in those areas. One other interesting thing about that report I remember, I was reading the original article in Financial Times. The article said that the satellite, that the Chinese satellite that Iran ended up acquiring, again, they say Iran secretly acquired this Chinese spy satellite. They say, the Financial Times, that it was just much more powerful than what Iran previously had. If I can find it here. They said, Financial Times, that this Chinese satellite can capture imagery at around a 0.5 meter resolution, while the previously most advanced Iranian military satellite could capture imagery at about 5 meters resolution. So think about that. This satellite can distinguish objects that are about like 1.5 feet apart, 0.5 meter, in theory, according to the report. Whereas the previous best satellite that Iranian military had could only distinguish things, I guess, about 5 meters, about 16 feet apart. Yes, so as our viewers are saying, about 10 times more resolution, if that's how you say it. I don't know how the professionals would say. Would they say 10 times stronger? By Mind Spray, and Dan C says that. So anyways, it's a very interesting story. I cannot confirm the story. Reuters could not confirm the story. You can go to Financial Times and read the story. IRL enthusiast thinks Trump is about to declare jobs done and leave? Patricia Grace says Israeli news is talking about a potential, I assume, Lebanon ceasefire. I'll have to see what I hear about that. Bogan, our viewer, says trying to keep the position of a military base secret sounds optimistic in 2026. And it's not just the base, it's the objects on the base, like planes, for example. Right? Because reportedly, Iran successfully targeted planes at the Saudi base, what base is that? Prince Sultan Air Base. So, you know, they wouldn't want to just know there's a base somewhere. They'd want to know, well, where are the things that are on the base? And also, it would help them to see after how well their targeting worked or didn't work. Patricia Grace says, just talking about ceasefire in Lebanon, nothing confirmed. Give me a moment here. Oh, one of our viewers was mentioning this. I wanted to talk about this too. Couple things I want to mention. There was a Pakistan was talking to Iran today, by the way. We should mention that. Let me just make sure I have nothing super urgent from the last couple minutes. We should also look at marine traffic. I saw a couple things here. Hang on. Hang on. The Wall Street Journal reports that J.D. Vance is expected to lead the U.S. delegation in any future talks with Iran. Carolyn Levitt had said, I think today she said this, Carolyn Levitt, the press secretary. I haven't checked out the press briefing yet. Sorry, but I believe this was today. She said any face-to-face meetings would very likely be in the same place as last time, Islamabad. Where is this? Yeah, one of the viewers, I think, mentioned this earlier. Iran threatens to disrupt Gulf trade in response to U.S. naval blockade. The commander of Iran's Joint Military Command on Wednesday threatened to halt trade in the Gulf region if the U.S. does not lift its blockade on Iranian ports. So far, we have not seen an armed response by Iran to this blockade. That could be a good poll question, by the way. Maybe we should ask that poll question. We haven't done a poll yet. Quick thanks to Charlie Bird Window. Thank you, Charlie Bird Window. Why don't we do a poll? How does this sound? Will Iran make an armed response? Does this make make an armed response? See, what I want to say, but the Houthis count too. So how can I say this that the Houthis count? Because it's not technically Iran. Will Iran/Houthis make an armed response to the blockade? Put them in the question. All right, we're gonna. I'm posting this. We'll see what you guys say. Got to get it posted on the third platform here. Okay, I am posting it everywhere. Let's see what you guys had to say. But first, before we do that, let's see you guys thinking about what you're saying. Yes or no? Now, over on YouTube, it says 53% say yes, 47% say no. Can't see the poll? I can see it on YouTube. I mean, clearly some people can see it on YouTube. I'm sorry if you can't see it there, but some people are seeing it. Now on Facebook, it's 83% say yes. Wow. Facebook is 83% yes. What does Twitch think about this? Let's see. On Twitch, 64% say no. You guys are kind of all over the place on the different platforms. Talina could not see the polls yesterday on Facebook. I'm sorry about that. I cannot control how they're working on the platforms. The cat with the cat says, refresh the stream so you can see it. Ben Van thinks Twitch is smart on this one. Nocturnal Guitar says, quite a poll difference. Thank you, Acadius. Says, would it be possible to build a canal to bypass the Strait of Hormuz? So I've heard a number of experts talk about how they expect that might happen in the coming years, but that's nothing that can be done fast. It very well could be done in years, and it would be expensive and a big undertaking, but it might happen from what I understand. But again, nothing fast. Nothing fast. It's a huge infrastructure project. Oopsie, what happened here? Sorry. There you go. 57% on YouTube, yes. 62% on Twitch, no. Richard Deaton says, whether Iran can break the blockade is not the question. The question is, will there be a military response? You know, there's a lot of people out there who think that eventually, if this blockade causes enough problems for Iran, they will try to look what happened when the war started. What was Iran's strategy? Not to go after, a big part of their strategy was go after the energy infrastructure and block the Strait of Hormuz, go after energy infrastructure in Gulf countries, right? So a big part of their strategy is impact the energy market, make things worse for countries around the world and U.S. allies and the U.S., but not by directly opposing the U.S. military. So, now that the U.S. has done this blockade thing, some think, well, they're just going to ramp up their response in the sense of trying to create even more economic harm and disorder for the world, including the U.S. Will they do that? Can they do it? I don't know. As I think said yesterday, though, there's another world in which they are perfectly okay with having a blockade for a little while because they don't get attacked. They're not getting attacked right now, right? After all of the, what was it, over 20,000 airstrikes over 6 weeks? No airstrikes now in Iran. So they're not getting attacked. And they might think, I mean, you can find many experts saying that as the days go by, they expect the impacts of the oil shortage on the world to be worse. Because, for example, when the war started, there were a bunch of ships on the ocean with oil that had passed through the Strait of Hormuz that had not been delivered yet. But most of that's been delivered now. So the spare capacity is running out. So there's another school of thought which says they're just going to sit back and be like, well, we're not getting attacked. We can't sell our oil, which isn't good, but they might think that we can withstand what's coming more than the U.S. can if things just delay. I don't know what their thinking is. Sure, they have some strategy. I don't know what it is. We read one article last night that said because of the increased oil prices, they were able to make extra income during the war that was equivalent to, I think, about a month of their pre-war oil income. So the idea is that there's some articles that say that they have a cushion of income, even though they're not making income now from their oil. They might have a cushion that can allow them to wait a little bit. I can't speak in detail about, their situation there and how the blockade specifically impacts them over time and how much, they can wait it out, that kind of thing. Thanks for voting in our poll. Difference of opinion in our poll, whether they will have an armed response. And on Facebook, that result was, Facebook was pretty split. 52% said yes, the Iran or Houthis will make an armed response to the blockade, and 48% said no. Dean R says Iran has limited storage for petroleum. Yes, they do, as do the Gulf countries. Numerous of them have cut their oil production. So the Financial Times had an article yesterday, which you can go read, and the headline was, Iran faces halt to oil production within weeks if U.S. blockade succeeds. Now, what it said was, let's see here. Hold on. Yeah, so the one thing the article said is that it is generally seen as better to restrict oil output early rather than shutting fields entirely due to the risk of long-term damage to reservoirs. So the idea is, one thing they could do is cut production and not reduce it entirely, so that stretches out. I get, as I understand it, it would they would, and it also says other countries in the region did this. They cut their production well before they filled up storage. So this article suggests that they do have an option to reduce their production that's not going to, severely damage their oil infrastructure. Thanks, by the way, to Acadius. Gave 5 people memberships. That's really nice of you, Acadius. Thank you. Also, Caleb, our new member. Thank you. Hold on a moment here. Also, Richard Hendrick, our member. Thanks, Richard. Mort thinks that this will cause nations to rethink their energy policies. What are the blue boats? I think the boats are, we should play the last 24 hours or so. We can play the last 24 hours. Dark blue is passenger vessels. Light blue is tugs and, that got all messed up. Light blue is tugs and special craft. Green is cargo vessels. Red is tankers. But what we can do is, now again, the blockade isn't just in the Strait of Hormuz. It's all along Iran's coastline. Ships are not supposed to enter or leave the coast. But to, let me quickly here do this. Let's play the last 24 hours. At least this area. Here's the last 24 hours for this part of the waters off Iran. Again, I believe the number I saw was 14 ships passed through in the last day. I'd have to double check that. We were reading about that earlier. And also, I don't even know, it's a little confusing because is Iran still talking to ships when they pass through? Because, I mean, you might say, well, look, there's a blockade now. The U.S. said that ships that aren't going to and from Iran can go through. They're not going to stop those ships, right? So the blockade isn't stopping ships from going through right now if they're not associated with Iran. But most of the ships are not. Most ships are not going through that used to go through. So they must still be scared that they could get caught up in something. I don't know if any of these ships that are going through, have they talked to Iran at all? Or why are they going through confidently? Why are a few ships going through, but most ships not going through? Why do the ships that are going through think, oh, Iran's not going to attack our ship? Have they spoken to Iran about it? I don't know. Do you see what I'm saying? If the ships all thought it was safe to go through now, they'd all go through. The vast majority of them don't. A few of them apparently were okay with it. So why are they okay with it? Why are they so confident? One of the viewers said, just say you think they're paying a toll. Now, President Trump has said he's not going to allow ships to pay tolls. But I do wonder if there's some sort of communication between these ships in Iran. Zane Isaiah says only the brave go through. Anyways, I'm playing the last 24 hours of ship traffic. Did the Rich Starry go all the way back? I read an article talking about some of the ships. I'll have to go to that and look at it. Connor Up says they are YOLOing it across the strait. By the way, I mean, this is very sped up. The ships you would normally, we're looking at hundreds of miles of distance here. The ships are not the size of those triangles and circles. They're much smaller than that. So normally you would not see them moving in real time like this on the tracker. One of the viewers said humanitarian aid. Maybe some of them are carrying food and stuff. To Iran, I don't know. A saved man says, I think the tankers are waiting for more news on the mines before they start moving. I believe at its narrowest point, the strait is about 20 miles wide. But you can't, all of it is not equivalently suitable for navigation. Thanks, by the way, to Colonel Andrew Portland, who says, Steve-O Marino, Ohio, and Lester Moe predicted this war. Thank you so much, Colonel Andrew. And also Rico Boy. Who says, isn't Iran skeptical that we have so much naval power parked on their doorstep? Way closer than prior to ceasefire. I think Rico Boy is saying, does Iran think that this is going to lead to a U.S. attack on Iran? I think that's what Rico Boy is saying. I don't know about that. I don't know what their thought is on that. I mean, still more troops are showing up to the Gulf in coming days. The Washington Post talked about that today. We'll have to mention that. But the ships that are going to the Gulf, when I read the Post article, it seemed like ships that were already the troops. It was not like newly announced troops. It was troops that had been announced before, but they're all going to be arriving there. Um, we'll look at that article shortly. But a whole other thing is I don't. I mean, it just I have no idea what's going to happen here. Um, I certainly don't. The idea that President Trump will just sit there for a month if Iran doesn't make a deal and just kind of sit there and wait for the blockade to work for a long time, like a month or more. I mean, to me, it seems like that's not, I have a bit of a hard time thinking he's going to give it that long. Now, I might be wrong. Mammy thinks he will. M. Ocean says Iran is not going to do anything. They're spineless. Chessfish says, I think Trump will wait until the end of the ceasefire. Wall Street says the ceasefire is the deadline. It's in a week, 7 days. We didn't even look at, I'll show you down here too, the last day. So, so there's the Strait of Hormuz, there's the Persian Gulf, but you also need to look at the Gulf of Oman. I mean, this is showing you ships that might be leaving the strait or coming into the strait and getting, I mean, this is the Iranian coast here. So the blockade applies here too, to the Iranian coast. So let's see if we can, I'll run back the last 24 hours over there too. This is the last 24 hours in the Gulf of Oman. Oh, I got to speed it up. That'll take too long. There you go. The different colors are different types of ships. Red is tanker, green is cargo. Spiznik says, why does the market pump despite apparent bad news? Well, I think a number of investors seem to think that there's going to be talk soon, and there's the blockade, and everything's going to get over soon, and it's going to be back to normal. Opie says, what is normal now? Maybe I can find that article. I had seen an article last night talking about a couple specific ships. Can I find that? That would be nice. That was the last 24 hours there. Last night, Bloomberg reported that an Iraq-bound supertanker sailed into the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz on its second attempt, making it the first crude carrier to head west since the U.S. blockade began. The Agios Fanorios Fanorios, a oil tanker under the flag of Malta. Destination Iraq. So this ship, see that track? According to Bloomberg, this was the first crude carrier to head west in the strait during the blockade and get through. Now, again, this is not going to or from Iran, so that wouldn't violate the blockade. Bloomberg says traffic through the choke point remains extremely limited. Some ships that went through the strait and out into the Gulf of Oman, so went the other way to the east, then aborted their journeys and retraced their routes, including the U.S.-sanctioned Rich Starry. I'm going to show you that in a second. This ship, did it go around Larak Island? It looks like it did. That's where Iran has been telling ships to go during the war, most ships. But anyway, that's supposedly going to Iraq, not Iran. The Agios Fanorios, this ship, this tanker ship, which we're looking at here, according to Bloomberg, this is not blacklisted. But as one of our viewers is saying, it has gone along, this ship traveled along the Iran-approved route around the island of Larak. So this ship, this is where I'm confused. And I'd really be interested to know the answer to this. So this ship has gone through in the past, what was the past, that's the 15th, past few days. No, 12th, 15th. So during the blockade, this ship has gone through the Strait of Hormuz and it's going to Iraq, right? And, but when it went through the strait, it took the route that Iran said ships should follow. One of the reasons Iran said this is Iran said ships should do this to avoid mines, possible mines. So this ship, did they talk to Iran before going through? I mean, this ship, if they had not talked to Iran before going through, you can see, I mean, Larak Island is an Iranian island. That ship would be very vulnerable if it had gone through this route and not spoken to Iran about it beforehand. Keshem Island right here is also an Iranian island. So it seems strange to me if this ship just went through without getting approval from Iran. I wonder if there's some sort of kind of a toll agreement there, even if not paid right now. Wall Street thinks they definitely formed an agreement. Then I wonder, is Iran still making income from this? Not that it'll match its oil income. You know, Iran, if they ship out, they were shipping out, making, I think, roughly $170 million a day on oil in the latter part of the war. But, if ships go through and they each pay 1 or 2 million or something, it's better than nothing, I guess. But I don't know if they're doing that. Hectate says they just said hi to Iran as they went through. Mr. Bigley Uncredible says maybe they just don't think Iran will shoot since the ceasefire, or maybe they paid Iran somehow. That would be a good question for somebody to ask in the Hegseth Kane press conference tomorrow morning. I don't know that they will. Let's check out Rich Starry as well. Hang on a moment here. Rich Starry, chemical tanker. This ship went out and then came back in. Where's the past track? Look what this ship did. It went out through the strait, then it turned around and went back the other way. Bloomberg says this is a U.S. sanctioned ship. Dallas thinks it hit the blockade. Now, the thing is, though, the blockade isn't for sanctioned ships. The blockade is for ships going to and from Iran. I don't know if this had stopped in Iran before. By the way, thanks to Lady Jane Jolene for being a member, and Lar45NJ for being a member. Melissa Terry says that seems like bravely testing the waters. Nuts for You says it forgot its cargo. Another ship that made it through in the past day, Bloomberg mentioned, was the Sea Champion, which delivered agricultural products to Iran. A bulk carrier. So you can see that has gone through. Left Iranian port and has gone through this way. Darth the Rock says you shall not pass. Guy from KC says not all will be required to stop. Yes, only ones going to and from Iran are supposed to be stopped. I want to check my messages here too. Oh, we never talked about the fire in Australia, the refinery. I had posted about it, but we never talked about the Australia refinery fire. One of Australia's two oil refineries had a fire. William, the U.S. says that her humanitarian cargoes can go through to Iran. Couple of viewers again have asked, where is the U.S. blocking? There's not a specific location. Again, there's not a line of ships. What the U.S. has said is that ships cannot go to and from Iran, but it's up to the U.S. where they stop the ships. However, it's been widely reported that U.S. ships are not in the Strait of Hormuz. They are all out here, somewhere out here. Might be more dangerous for the ships if they were in the Strait of Hormuz. They're sticking out in the Gulf of Oman area. I don't know exactly where. But further from Iran, more room to maneuver. Michelle had asked about that. Thanks, Michelle, for writing in. Michelle Lazone. PW360 says, do Araghchi and Ghalibaf, who are two of the Iranian negotiators and Iranian officials, have the power to make or agree to a deal? Well, I mean, I would assume that the U.S. believes they have the power to agree to a deal, because otherwise they wouldn't be negotiating them. But they're also talking to the supreme leader and maybe other people in Iran. I don't know what the whole situation is, who's talking to who. But again, the U.S. clearly believes that they can agree to a deal, or they wouldn't be having the negotiations. But yeah, it's not exactly clear what the whole power structure is like in Iran right now. Misfits Studio wrote in and said, maybe Trump's Iran off-ramp is to divert eyes to the next shiny thing, referring to a purported report that the U.S. is planning for possible Cuba action. Hang on. USA Today says that the Pentagon is ramping up planning for possible military operations in Cuba. Possible. Chow Cat says, great, even more winning. Does a possible war on Cuba reset the 60-day rule? The War Powers Resolution applies to particular conflicts. It says that there would be a 60-day. So roughly speaking, it says that the president has 60 days to use troops in some sort of conflict situation but after 60 days would need congressional approval to keep doing so, or the troops need to come home. But at the same time, it also gives the president 30 more days to get them home safely. So it really seems like more like 90 days. And that would apply. There would be a different 60-day requirement for some kind of military action in Cuba. I believe it's specific to a particular conflict. We'll talk about that Australian refinery fire. Thanks, NMCT. NMCT, we actually read CENTCOM's post about that on the air about an hour ago. This was the post about an hour and a half ago from CENTCOM, which we read earlier. They said an Iranian-flagged cargo vessel yesterday tried to evade the blockade after leaving Bandar Abbas, exiting the Strait of Hormuz and transiting along the Iranian coastline. The guided missile destroyer USS Bruins successfully redirected the vessel, which is heading back to Iran. 10 vessels have now been turned around and 0 ships have broken through since the start of the blockade on Monday. Thank you, NMCT, by the way. There is a lid called by the White House, so not expecting to see President Trump on camera tonight. Oh, I have an update here about the Australia refinery fire. Fire at Australia's Viva Energy refinery, one of 2 refineries in Australia. Let me show you where that is. Viva Energy. I found it. I'm going to get it on the screen for you. In Australia. Here, okay, look. See this? See Google Maps here? Viva Energy in New South Wales, in Victoria. There it is. There's Viva Energy Refinery. Okay, so fire there. Significant fire. Now, I just saw an updated report, and it said Australia said the fire at the refinery in southern Australia may impact more on petrol, gasoline production than diesel and jet fuel. The energy minister said at this point, production of diesel and jet fuel does continue, and there's no reason to believe at this point that there's need to stop that. The impact on petrol may be impacted for some time. Reuters says firefighters continue to battle the fire. The refinery can process up to 120,000 barrels of oil per day. It supplies over 50% of Victoria's fuel and 10% of Australia's fuel. Hectate says that's not good. I had posted a video on my X account. I don't have the rights to it, but I can post it in the chat of the reported video of the fire. I'll post the link in the chat. President Trump scheduled tomorrow, 8 a.m. executive time. A lot of times he has something like that on his schedule. 11 a.m. he receives his intelligence briefing. And then he is traveling to Las Vegas tomorrow. President Trump will be speaking at 4 p.m. Las Vegas time, I believe. He's participating in a roundtable and remarks on tax day. Maybe he'll talk about the war. I would think if he gives a speech, he'll talk about the war. Suction Entertainment says, do you have any analysis on how long Iran can sustain closed strait? As they obviously can export some produce through Caspian Sea. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we've been talking about this the last couple of days. That's a big discussion among experts is how long can Iran, how much damage is it to their economy where they can't sell oil and they can't basically, do trade through their waters through the southern waters of their country. And how much will this harm their economy? How much how much pain can they take, and will they accept? This is a big part of this a big question. I'm sure it was a big question discussed in the White House before they undertook this blockade. I've seen some articles say things like they have some oil stored in other locations outside the area that they could in theory sell. That would help them for a while. Another article I read yesterday said that they had made extra money during the war because the price of oil had gone up, and they had like a surplus of like a month's worth of pre-war oil income that could help them. I don't have any kind of, but detailed authoritative analysis about how long they can hold out for. That's like a big question. Clearly, President Trump thinks that this will pressure them to give in to U.S. demands, or he wouldn't be doing it. If I see a detailed analysis of that, I'll certainly let you know. Okay, Libby says, and so we force them back to the negotiating table under duress. She says, you know, good guy activities. The Economist has an article today, How to End the War in Iran. One thing The Economist says today is the success of the blockade is highly uncertain. Blockades usually take months, even years to force compliance. I have seen a number of articles and experts quoted in the last couple of days that said exactly that normally blockades are long-term pressure tactics that take a while to work. The Economist says the regime is desperate to alleviate sanctions and knows that this is its chance to strike a good deal. That may mean it is prepared to endure the blockade for longer. Mr. Trump may lose patience, especially as gas prices surge for American consumers. Again, it's possible that a part of Iran's strategy right now is just wait it out. The Economist talks about what the question whether talks can produce a deal. It's interesting. The Economist says the first stage of a deal is reopening a strait, which should be possible to agree on because both sides know they could close it again. That is a decent point. We've talked about this a bit, but I mean, if Iran agrees to open the strait, to close it again, all they would need to do is attack a few ships, and then ships aren't going to go through there again. It also kind of presents an issue for the U.S. You know, if Iran just says, "Yeah, we're opening the strait," the U.S. has to have some confidence that Iran's not just going to attack ships in 6 months, and ships need to have confidence in that as well, or they're not going to go through. It doesn't take a lot for Iran to attack ships. They can attack ships with a drone. The Economist says there will have to be an argument in which America may have to trade the lifting of some sanctions in return for safe passage. They also need to negotiate about the nuclear program. Remember that. The Economist says Iran must close off its path to a nuclear weapon in return for more sanctions relief. Unfortunately, everything about the details will be tricky. It's not clear if the sides trust each other. The Economist says, as nearly 2 years of negotiations for the deal with Iran in 2015 attest, nailing down the details of a nuclear program will be fiendishly complex. There's the question of what happens to the roughly 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium. There's the question of whether Iran maintains the right to enrich uranium in the future. The Economist says such a deal will be complex. To be credible, it needs international monitors. Even if Iran is not enriching, it must face limits on the number and caliber of its centrifuges and on theoretical work. The Economist also says even if the two sides reach an agreement, there will be no room for triumphalism. Iran will remain a threatening presence in the Middle East. Its regime has discovered it can use Hormuz and regional strikes as weapons. T-Wiki thinks Trump doesn't want a deal? I mean, it sounds like the deal that both sides wants is the deal. I mean, we don't know what's being said in secret, but publicly the sides both seem to say they want everything that they want. You can read that article. It's called How to End the War in Iran. It was posted today. I was just giving you a couple snippets, but you can read that at The Economist. Smash Can says, we literally had a deal. Trump ripped it up. Now incited conflict in Iran even more disturbing. Now, Trump says he was not a fan of that deal, the previous deal. One reason he said that the deal had a sunset clause. You know, it stopped. It was only the restrictions on Iranian nuclear action were only for a certain number of years. President Trump claims, he says that he wants a deal that's going to solve the issue forever. Will he get that? I don't know. Deathlon thinks that the mullahs and IRGC will not give up enrichment, period. If you see a flashing circle on the map, ignore it. It's this weird thing. It's been doing it for a couple of days where when you click on a boat, it flashes. Then when you click off of it, it shouldn't flash, but it's been sometimes just flashing kind of randomly. Now, Wall Street says even if Iran agrees to no enrichment, they will just kick out inspectors later when the U.S. is distracted. Yeah, so this is something, you know, it's the same thing with the Strait of Hormuz. You know, they could say the strait's open. All they have to do to close it is attack a few ships. Maybe just attack 1 or 2 ships. And then ships won't want to go through. I mean, it seems to me that that's a reason you might have to give them really something they want, right? If they get something out of this they really want, for example, things like sanctions relief, then there's a much bigger cost to them than if they know, well, if we start attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz, oh, there goes our sanctions relief. I got to write to marine traffic about this behavior again after the stream. I'll do it. I'm not doing it now. But again, things keep lighting up when I don't want them to. Fritjof says, what's the point of making a deal with the U.S. if they're just going to break it whenever they feel like? Yeah, again, I understand the concern that they might break the deal. They might be concerned that the U.S. would break the deal. But, you know, it seems to me the big way to encourage them to not break the deal is that they need to be getting something that's so valuable they won't want to give it up by breaking the deal. If they don't get anything out of the deal, then there's really not much motivation for them to not try to break the deal. I mean, I guess you could say that they'll get attacked again or something, but, you know, there's a lack of positive motivation. Oh, Fritjof said, what's the point of making a deal with the U.S.? I think what Fritjof is saying is that Iran might think the U.S. will break the deal. Remember, Iran says that the U.S. attacked them twice while negotiating, last year and this year. I don't know how much trust the U.S. has for Iran. I don't know how much trust Iran has of the U.S. Hey, thank you to Content. Content claims that Russia has agreed to provide China with the gas and oil that China needs to make up for shortages due to Gulf blockages. I hadn't seen that story. I also don't know if that's something China would want to do. CNBC said Russia offered to help China with any potential energy shortfall. That's according to Russia's foreign minister. Yeah, so Russian media reported that the Russian foreign minister said that Moscow can fill the energy gap of partner countries willing to work with Russia on a mutually beneficial and equal basis. Russia can certainly fill the resource gap that has arisen in China and other countries interested in working with us on a equal and mutually beneficial basis. The foreign minister said that Putin has touched on this topic, including in connection with European states' plans, represented by the European Commission, to completely sever all ties with Russia in the energy sector, meaning the supply of our hydrocarbons. It seems that part of that statement is telling European countries, "Hey, you can work with us. You know, we got something you might need." The Russian foreign minister also said, "Thank God we in China have all the capabilities, both those already in use and those in reserve, and those planned, to avoid being dependent on this kind of aggressive adventure, which undermines the global economy and global energy." That's according to Interfax Russia. Thank you, Content 13, by the way. Thank you also, Mary McHugh, I appreciate it. Thanks, Benny Hill from the UK, who says clogged arteries cause clotting. That map is clogged up. Something will give rapidly, and it won't be good, is my guess. Thank you also, Scientians, I think. Scientians, I think it is, from Australia. Thank you. Also, Crawdad, thank you. Do I remember the Cuban Missile Crisis? I wasn't around for it. I wrote a report on it, I think, in junior high school, Crawdad. But there was a blockade during the Cuban Missile Crisis, but it wasn't called the blockade, right? You can read about it on Wikipedia. There's a section called Blockade. The term blockade was problematic. According to international law, blockade is an act of war, but the Kennedy administration did not think that Soviets would be provoked to attack by a mere blockade. The Cuban Missile Crisis was a 13-day confrontation between the governments of the United States and Soviet Union, when American deployments of nuclear missiles in the UK, Italy, and Turkey were matched by Soviet deployments of nuclear missiles in Cuba. In October 1962, the Wikipedia says, the confrontation is widely considered the closest the Cold War came to escalating into full-scale nuclear war. Thank you so much, Crawdad. Also, thanks to Uncle DS, who thinks there will be no deal. Iran has no cards to play. They are using BS AI videos and propaganda to fight a war. The blockade is real. Closing the strait is just fear. Thank you so much, Uncle DS. Mr. Bigley Uncredible says Russia is top-notch trolls. The green is cargo ships, the red is tankers. Wild Boy thinks Russia is loving this. Pontius Pirate says, how much goodwill can you expect from a leader after you've blown up his father and his wife, referring to the current supreme leader? "60 Diane says, I wouldn't trust us, referring to the U.S. Original Hearing asked how many ships passed through today. As I mentioned, according to Kepler, 16 vessels crossed in the past day, on April 14th, but just 8 of them were commercial vessels. And almost all of those involved vessels moving outward. And several of those vessels that crossed the strait appeared to have reduced or halted their movement after crossing the strait. Let me just check and see if we are missing other updates here. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that President Trump told the Dutch king and queen, I think this was last night, he wants to bring the war to a swift end. And he said the only way to get Iran back to the negotiating table is increase the pressure. It's interesting. They do point out that Trump had said that other countries would be involved with the blockade, but none are involved yet. The Wall Street Journal says, this is very interesting. While Trump says the war will end soon, some officials and analysts estimate it could take months or longer for the Iranian regime to feel enough economic pain from the blockade to yield in the negotiations. Again, they say that some officials and analysts estimate it could take months or longer. I have told you repeatedly, comments from experts saying that blockades are known as actions that take a long time to yield results, generally speaking. Mark says, does the U.S. want to wait until that happens? Or does Iran want to wait until that happens? I don't know. It's also interesting. The Wall Street Journal quotes a Wall Street Journal says there are concerns in the Pentagon that a prolonged blockade would strain American warships and weaken the U.S. presence in other regions. Did you see the U.S. warship on the marine traffic? One of our viewers said. Is there one visible now? Thanks to Desty 757. U.S. warship 3? Oh, we can see a warship. Hey, it's visible. What for how long ago? How long ago? 11:15. So that's not current. That position was received yesterday, well, no. Oh, no, that position was received on 2025 on October 14th. So that is where the ship was 6 months ago, apparently. I don't know why you can still see it now, but again, you can see what I can see. It says position received October 14th, 2025. I don't know where it is now. That happened last night too. Somebody said a submarine was visible. And then the submarine position, I think, was like 8 years old or something. Give me a moment here. I'm also checking some Middle Eastern media, Iranian media. I mean, I would certainly think that this blockade and the war in general is having a very significant impact on the Iranian economy, but I don't have specifics I can give you. But it is interesting. We haven't heard about new talks announced yet. What was it last weekend that the talks? When did President Trump announce the blockade? Was that over the weekend he announced it? I'm trying to remember. Because there's this thing where I know a lot of our viewers notice that a lot of times when he does major things, it's on the weekend. Will there be something major this weekend that he does? A senior Hezbollah official told NBC News, momentum is building toward a potential ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah, but there is no agreement yet. Juliana thinks it's over the weekend when he announced the blockade. I got to look up when he announced it. Maybe I can find it here. I want to say Sunday, said Juliana. Let's see. He announced the blockade it, where is it here? It was April 12th, right? I think. And April 12th was Sunday. So he announced it on Sunday, right? So is there something big coming this weekend? IRL enthusiast thinks the market is manipulated every week. So maybe there'll be something new. I mean, there have been a bunch of different things proposed by Trump during this war, so I don't think it's crazy to think he'll propose something else or some different strategy. Oh, we didn't talk about this. Pakistani delegation arrives in Tehran in move to ease tensions and arrange more U.S.-Iran talks, says AP. Pakistan's army chief arrived Wednesday for talks in Tehran in the latest diplomatic move to ease tensions in the Middle East and arrange a second round of negotiations, supposedly, between the U.S. and Iran after almost 7 weeks of war. The White House said any further talks would likely take place in the Pakistani capital of Islamabad, though no decision has been made on whether to resume negotiations. Pakistan has emerged as a key mediator in the conflict after it hosted rare direct talks between the U.S. and Iran and Islamabad. Mediators are seeking a new round before a ceasefire is set to expire next week. The Pakistani military said the delegation sent to Iran by Pakistan also included the country's interior minister and other senior security officials. The group is part of the ongoing mediation efforts, the military said, but gave no details. We should do another poll. We should do another poll. Suave says we'll continue negotiations after Cuba gets this knuckle sandwich. Oh, I never I never ended the last poll. Oh my gosh. I never ended the last poll. It's just been sitting up there. I'm sorry. 59% of people on YouTube said yes, the Iran and the Houthis will make an armed response to the blockade. Over on Twitch, it was less than 50%. I never ended it. It was just sitting up there. I'm sorry. You can let me know. Let me know in the chat if I don't end the poll when I say I'm going to end it. Otherwise, just sitting in the chat. I think that poll was sitting up there for an hour and a half. I want to do some sort of will there be a deal poll. How about will Iran and there's no timer on the YouTube polls. Will Iran and the U.S. make a deal in a month, in the next month? What do you think about that one? DM Hound says 1 month. All right, I'm asking that one. I'm gonna remember to end this one on YouTube too, at the right time. Let me get it posted elsewhere. Ooh, I missed. You know what I did? I fell asleep on thanking people on Twitch, too. I got to thank a couple people on Twitch. I'm sorry, Twitch. That's my bad. Thanks on Twitch to Big T1011Z, who says, I know how to end a war. It's a secret. End the war. It's a secret. Thank you, Big T. Thank you also, Who Shot JR. Thanks, 85 Silver, for subscribing. And Karcha Runs. I hadn't thanked them yet. Hold on. I got to finish posting the poll. I think I have it posted on Twitch and YouTube. Let me get it up on Facebook. Where did Facebook go? Oh, somebody, you know, this has never happened before. This just got activated. I don't even know what this is. Philip Nix W5J, who I believe is watching the stream on YouTube in vertical format, sent a sundae. He sent a sundae via YouTube. I guess on vertical, people can send things like this. A sundae, like an ice cream sundae thing. I have to look it up. Thank you, Philip. You're the first. You're the first, Philip, to do it. They don't have it on, not when you're not when you're watching on, it's only when you're watching on YouTube vertical stream, not horizontal. Oh, and then someone else, Josh M, also sent a sundae. Thank you, Josh M. The first ever on this channel. Oh, there's Jules. I don't even, and then Ellie sent a floating heart. Can you guys see this in the YouTube chat, the other YouTube people? Ellie sent a floating heart. Butter Noodles sent stay hydrated. I don't know what these things are, but thank you. GGT sent 2 jewels. Game T Daily sent Laughing Disco. Ellie sent Laughing Disco. Vicarious View sent Sunday. Rebecca Calorenzana sent Happy Poop. Dion sent Butterfly. And Michelle Asiavati sent 2 jewels. Thomas Wiley sent Goat Trophy. Connie Brown sent Star. Mr. Chuckle Teeth sent a Happy Poop. Crime Trial Addict sent Clock It. Wes Downer sent Corgi. Oh, so I guess people in the regular chat can send these too. Am I right, chat? It seems like people who are just watching regularly can send the jewels too, whatever these things are. This is a whole new I don't even know what I'm looking at. I haven't even finished putting the poll up. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted because this has never happened before. Mammy sent Sparkles. Dion sent Clutch. Thank you, Mammy, Dion, Ronnie New Yorker, User YZ, Catherine Jane, Jesus UCSB, Crime Trial Addict, Mr. Chuckle Teeth, Thomas Wiley. Thank you so much. I have to read up on this. Hang on a moment here. I have to also post the poll question on Facebook. So confusing. But thank you. Dunkster and Pamela Smith, thank you. See, now everybody's seeing it. Okay. Jafrank says, what is happening? User YR sent 6-7. Thanks, Pamela Smith, User YR, Dunkster, Sharon Patton, Gelato Giraffe, thank you. Gabriel Mendoza, thank you. Ronnie New Yorker. I guess this just got activated very recently. Did I thank everybody? Mammy Washington, thank you. My YouTube. Thank you. Skeeter, GGT, Justin Barton, Connie Brown, Queen of the South, sent laughing disco. All right, let me post the poll on Facebook. They haven't even seen the poll yet. Thank you guys. It's very nice of you. All of a sudden it started happening. I have no idea why. I guess people discovered it. Owl Hippie, thank you. Red Girl, GGT, Ellen loves Yanusha. Roy says, where are the jewels? I don't even know. I still haven't given the poll result. Okay, the poll I'm asking, which I'm posting on Facebook right now, is will there be a U.S.-Iran deal in the next month? Jewels. Is it jewels or gifts? It's gifts, right? With the jewels? I mean, I'm not doing a good job of this. Okay, I'm posting the poll right now on Facebook. The poll is posted everywhere, and oops, and then I have to show you this. We got to do this. You thinking, and also wondering about these jewel gift things, and thinking about the poll at the same time. All right. Hey, I got to thank a couple more people. Hold on. People sent these gift things. Jade Dugan, Tickle My Pickle, Mammy Washington, Nunya, Darcy. Thank you for the jewels, or the gifts, I guess it is. Shaft, Dion, Roy. No, not Roy. Roy was wondering where they are. It's very nice of you guys. All right. I got to read up on this stuff. Anyways, let's see here. You can actually see they appear in the chat, I guess. I think they do. I can see them, right? Yeah, there's little emojis and things. Butterbean. I don't know, but some of them are, I don't know. Party hat. Floating heart. Thank you. Okay, let's see the poll results. Enough of this. Sorry, I'm going to keep thanking people, but I'm sorry for getting distracted here. It's rare when you see a new thing like this. It's all new. Thank you. All right, I'm posting here's the YouTube poll result, first of all. Here is the YouTube poll result. I said, will Iran and the U.S. make a deal in the next month? And 61% said no on YouTube. So no deal in the next month probably either means more blockade or more war, probably. On Facebook, 68% say no on Facebook. 68% no. And then on Twitch we have, hang on. On Twitch we have 74% say no. So you guys are pretty skeptical there'll be a deal in the next month. Thanks, Tickle My Pickle, for the memberships. Thanks, Least Trustworthy Weasel. Thanks, Mara Scott. Thanks, Dion. Thanks, Jana7777 for being a member. Thank you to Vitali Sandra, Ellen Loves Yanusha, Lolo, Lamb T-Jops, thanks for being a member. Duchess, Tara Rays Arnor, thank you. Thanks for being members. Oh, thanks, Dave Charles Media. Thank you, Dave Charles Media. Roy 1822. GGT, Allie the Bean. Thank you. Also, quick thanks to Pontius Pirate. Thank you so much, Pontius Pirate, for your support on Twitch, and Suave for the gift subs on Twitch. Very nice of you, Suave. Suave gave 5 people gift subs on Twitch. Make sure you thank Suave if you got a gift sub. Very nice of you, Suave. So our viewers, you can see No won the poll on Twitch with 74%. YouTube, No, 61%. So are we going to be here in a month with the blockade still going on? Axie P says, I think this war won't end while Trump is president. Clifford the dog says this won't be good. Thanks, I'm Johnny, for subscribing on Twitch. All right, thanks for voting in the poll. See, I remembered, I'm going to remember to close the poll this time. End poll. Thanks, by the way, to Red Girl, I Am Your Mom, Dion, and GDT, and Tickle My Pickle over there for the gifts. There literally is one called Happy Poop. I'm not making it up. It says that in the chat right now. It's a YouTube gift. OO2DO says, not a big deal if just blockade, but it would be annoying since we could have wiped them out a week ago. Romy Na thinks someone will have to give in. This war situation is not only detrimental to this country, but to the rest of the world. Someone has to step in. Thanks, Donna, for sending me an article. I'll have to check that out later. Thank you. Donna Simmons. Thank you, Donna. Also, thanks to, very nice of you, Sophia Gittins. Thanks, Sophia, for supporting the channel. And also, Tech Trainer gave 10 people memberships. Make sure you thank Tech Trainer if you got a membership. Thanks, Tech Trainer. Cabbage Man says, Steve, explain the colors of the ships on screen. I think I'm asked this questions every 5 minutes, so maybe somebody in the chat can answer that question for Cabbage Man. I thank you in advance. Hey, and also shout out to all of our moderators who are modding here. I really appreciate it. We have Ruth and Debbie and Beth Mythical and all moderating over there on YouTube right now. Thank you. Also, thanks to Tech Trainer. Did I thank Tech Trainer? Tech Trainer gave 10 more memberships. So nice of you. Also, Bunker Buster. Hold on a moment here. I want to thank our other mods. We have moderating right now. By the way, 76% of the votes on Facebook were no, there will not be a U.S.-Iran deal in the next month. 76% there. I thought you guys were going to be more optimistic. Huge thanks to all of our moderators there. Hold on. One moment. Paul Anderson is modding. Thanks, Paul. We've had Charlotte Webb there. Shannon Davis Hughes. Charlotte Webb is there. Thank you so much for moderating there. Thanks, Diane Allworth, for subscribing over there. And Juliana Martin. And the others who have subscribed. Thanks. And Linda Belclary and Misha moderate for us on X. Big thanks. On Twitch, thank you to our moderators there, like Big Ball of Yarn, Bot King Sentient, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and I owe a few more thanks on Twitch. Justin D. Winters, thank you so much. Beaver Mechanic, thank you. Erkman, thank you on Twitch. And just to make sure I'm caught up here, I'm going to try to. Dion, thank you. Allie the Bean, thank you. K Body for Baby Monkey. Thank you, Kay. That's very nice of you. I'm just saying this again, this YouTube thing. People are sending these miscellaneous items. Shelly, thank you. And Man Dizzle. I hope I got everybody. And so I hope I didn't miss anybody. Thanks, Shelly. Oh, and also, Shelly, it's very nice of you. And okay, I think I'm caught up. Hopefully. Oopsie, what happened here? What happened here? And Craftsman, thank you, Craftsman. Let me see if I have any updates for you right now. I'm not going to play the music, but currently this is what is on the White House social media. It says lo-fi beats to enjoy your big, beautiful tax return to. And it shows animated Trump shaking hands of people who are holding tax refund. That just got posted by the White House. I think they're playing music, but I'm not playing the music. They did something similar like a couple weeks ago, I remember. Can't remember the event we were covering. Anyways. All right, hold on a moment. Let me check a couple things. Will there be new talks announced sometime soon? Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Give me a moment here. By a quick thanks to Jeff Buddington. Thank you, Jeff. Dion, thank you. Crime Trial Addict, thanks for being a member. The one John P. Thanks for being a member. and for moderating. The one John P. By the way, Tech Trainer, I'm not joking, just gave 50 people memberships in the YouTube chat. That's incredibly nice of Tech Trainer. Please make sure you thank Tech Trainer, who's given out so many memberships so far in the stream. Thank you, Tech Trainer. Very nice of you. Thanks, Carolyn from Australia, who said refinery fire still not under control after many hours. 7 News Australia. Thanks. Yeah, we mentioned that story about 20 minutes ago, and I mentioned that the energy minister of the Australia said the fire at one of 2 of Australia's refineries would be impacting reportedly gasoline production, but not diesel or something else. And that when we last looked, reportedly it was still going, the fire. Yeah, the energy minister said it would not affect diesel and jet fuel. Production of those continue at the refinery, but the impact on gasoline, petrol production could be impacted for some time. That is a fire at a refinery in Australia, one of their 2 refineries. Oh, new report from Reuters. Australia's Viva Energy said that most units at its refinery, Geelong Refinery, were still operating and processing fuel, though at minimum rates to maintain safety. They said we'll only start increasing production once again when we're confident we can do that safely. But they said most units at its refinery are still operating and processing fuel at minimum rates for now, though. That's from Reuters. Also, I'm not joking you, Tech Trainer just gave 50 more people memberships. Tech Trainer just basically gave over 100 people memberships in the YouTube chat. So many people just got memberships. Please thank Tech Trainer if you got a membership. Thank you. Thank you, Israel Bishop, too. Yeah, I think a lot of people liked trying the Jules feature initially, which was very nice of them. Thank you, Israel Bishop. Also, Roy1822 and Dion, thank you. And, oh, wow. So, Jeff, that's a lot of, sorry, Tech Trainer, that is a ton of memberships. Thank you so much. One of the viewers said that not as good as the Lego vids. I can't play those. There's been several Lego Trump videos that are critical of the Trump administration that have come out that I know some of you have seen online. Then there's, I don't really know much about them. There's talk about who does them. There was a story in Al Jazeera a day ago that says Iran slams YouTube ban on pro-Iranian groups Lego-style AI videos. Explosive Media said on X last week, YouTube suspended its account for violent content. They're not hard to find if you search around. Explosive Media on X, in their description, it says Iranian Lego style animation team. Look, I'll show you. Iranian Lego style animation team. Oh, they have the videos posted there if you want to see them. I can't show them. That they're their videos. They're not, they're anti-Trump administration videos and anti-Trump. They said we conduct all our interviews in a studio and never show our faces. Anyways, what I was mentioning is Al Jazeera said Iran itself condemned a ban by YouTube on this group, on this pro-Iranian group that releases Lego-style videos, AI videos. Also, Al Jazeera says that the group that produces these videos, they describe itself as independent, but Al Jazeera claims they are widely suspected of having ties to the Iranian government. If you just, I mean, I just showed you Explosive Media is where they are on X. You can Google and find these things. They're not hard to find. BBC had an article a few days ago where they said they talked to somebody from the team that makes these videos, and that person initially denied working for the Iranian government. But upon further questioning, he said the regime is a customer. Romy Na says that's about everything we get to see from Iran. Junior Pruski says, you guys know the Lego's owned by Denmark. Yeah, I don't know how that works with copyright. If they're making videos that really look like Legos, but they're not the Lego company, I don't know how that works with copyright stuff. Carl Feathers says they just exposed the Epstein wars. Freddie Pines thinks the Lego videos are pretty dope. Might depend. For some people, it might depend whether they like them or not on their views of Trump. By the way, I'm not joking here. Tech Trainer just gave 50 more memberships. Tech Trainer has now given, I'm not kidding you, 170 memberships, I think, on this broadcast to people on YouTube. Tech Trainer, thank you so much. That's super generous of you. It's really nice of you, and I really appreciate you giving all those memberships to your fellow chatters. And that's really kind of you to support the channel. Thank you so much, Tech Trainer. Also, I owe a thank you to Darcy Dudat, GGT, Brian TPA, thank you, Michelle Wilkins, Beamer Club, Gray Crayon, Deputy Dog, thank you for the YouTube gifts, and Dion, thank you. And Big Dog Gaming on Twitch, thank you. Soon, what I'm going to need to do in a few minutes, I'm going to need to make some food. I haven't eaten. Oh, we didn't talk about the Post reporting about this. You can see this from the Post. U.S. sends thousands more troops to Mideast as Trump seeks to squeeze Iran. Now, this isn't saying that I don't see these as newly announced. It's more that they're showing up. So they say the Pentagon is sending thousands of additional troops to the Middle East in the coming days as President Trump attempts to pressure Iran into a deal that could end the weeks-long conflict. there while considering the possibility of additional strikes or ground operations if a fragile ceasefire does not hold, U.S. officials said. The forces moving into the region include about 6,000 troops aboard the aircraft carrier USS George H.W. Bush and several warships escorting it, which are going to the region. And also about 4,200 other troops with the Boxer Amphibious Ready Group, which we knew was on the way, I believe, and its embarked Marine Corps Task Force, the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit, are expected to arrive near the end of the month. Near the end of the month. The infusion of firepower appears likely to coalesce with warships. All right, hold on a second. With warships already in the Middle East, just as the 2-week ceasefire is set to expire on April 22nd. The personnel will join the estimated 50,000 troops that the Pentagon has said are involved globally in operations to counter Iran. I believe they're in the Gulf, though, or they're in the region, the 50,000. I'm skipping ahead here. Pakistani mediators are pushing for an extension to the ceasefire to give the U.S. and Iran more time to bridge their differences and return to the negotiating table. President Trump told Fox Business in an interview that aired yesterday, or that aired this morning, that he thought the war in Iran could be over very soon, and he expected gas prices to fall to pre-war levels by the midterms on the assumption that the U.S. is able to stop Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. When that's settled, gas prices are going to go down tremendously, he said. Investors mostly cheered his comments. We told you the S&P 500 notched an all-time high today. Despite higher energy costs and the forecasts of slower economic growth, many are betting a deal to end the conflict is coming. As we mentioned before, also, Tehran escalated its threats to choke off international trade, with military commander Major General Ali Abdullahi saying Iran would block imports and exports from the Persian Gulf, Gulf of Oman, and Red Sea in response to the U.S. blockade. Iran will take powerful action to defend its national sovereignty and interests, he said in comments reported by Iran semi-officials Tasnim News Agency. By the way, speaking of the blockade, a radio transmission posted online today appeared to show a U.S. service member warning ships in the region. Do not attempt to breach the blockade, it says. Vessels will be boarded for interdiction and seizure transiting to or from an Iranian port. Turn around or prepare to be boarded. One of the viewers, U.S. Rights and Freedom, said maybe Lego are the creators of the Lego videos? U.S. Rights and Freedoms also said that the X could be legally required to ban those posts until rights are paid if Lego demands. I don't know if Lego has complained about the Lego videos to platforms. Now, why is it, hold on, now this isn't working now. Hang on, let's try this again. Now I'm not seeing this. Hey, by the way, Tech Trainer, guys, I'm not kidding you. Tech Trainer just sent 30 more memberships. I believe Tech Trainer has given 200 people memberships. Tech Trader, that's incredible. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you. Please thank Tech Trainer if you got a membership from Tech Trainer, because 200 of you did. Thanks also Mike Paint Studio for the membership. Thank you. Twin Life 2573, Stephen Bryanez, Holstrand, Owen Foley, and Rich Dog. One of the viewers said, still not me. I'm sorry if you wanted a gift membership and didn't get one. By the way, also thanks to Dion and Lynn Huey and Kev Etter and Cheryl Niles, Brooks Broussard, my YouTube, and Emercon. Thank you. People have been, sorry, thanks for your supporting the channel. So many people supporting the channel. Thank you. Owen Foley as well. All right, let's see here. Oh, and also Beamer Club and Dion. Thank you. If I'm going to continue this stream, I'm going to have to eat some food soon. In a couple minutes, I'm going to have to take 5 minutes and make some food. Give me 1 second here. Suction Entrapment says calling for an invasion has been all the whole shtick. There's this weird thing going on. I have a window where normally I can see all the chats, which is helpful because then I can see everybody. And for some reason, I can't see the YouTube chat on it. So I have to have 2 windows open now, which makes it a little more difficult for me. Sorry. So, because I was like, where are the YouTube posts? Now I can see them again. Maybe what I'll do is take 5 minutes. In the dark, Uvart says Taco Night. I still think, call me crazy, I think people are underestimating this possibility. This is not a positive or negative about President Trump, but he'll often, decide to change strategy or come up with new things. And I think a lot of people are just assuming, well, this blockade's in place, so the next month just blockade. He could come up and just, talk about something new he has planned for Iran. At any moment, he could post it on True Social. I don't think people are giving enough are estimating a high enough probability. I think people are underestimating the chances of that happening. Now, Dongster says in the middle of a ceasefire, no. Mr. Bigley, incredible. But he could say, in 5 days we're going to do this, or 7 days we're going to do this. I know what you're saying, though. Enlightening Fart says that's absolutely going to happen. Mr. Bigley, incredible, says for sure he could. I mean, I don't think it's very insightful. It's kind of what he does a lot. Harper Ann says, I wake up to a new world every day. Anything could happen. Okay, let me hey, thanks to Lidwine Elizabeth, who says, hopefully the looks like Lego doesn't trigger Greenland ideas for Trump again. She is referring to hold on a second here. Lidwine Elizabeth is referring to the fact that Lego is based in Denmark. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. And Saline's for you, thank you. And Dion, again, thank you. And again, I mean, wow, a tech trainer, thank you for all the memberships. It's so nice of you. All right, let me take 5 minutes. Let me take 5 minutes. I gotta put some food in the air fryer. I have to put some food in the air fryer. It should just take about 5 minutes. So please let me do that. That's part of the reason, I mean, I like to be on the air to bring you the updates about what's going on, but I also think part of being on the air is also because there could be all kinds of developments that happen that we don't anticipate. So at a certain point, you got to be on the air and just see what happens. But right now, I'm going to take 5 minutes. And then I will come back while my food is cooking. All right. So I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'll see you in around 5 minutes. Oops, I had the graphic up. Sorry, the graphic is for the polls. Okay, we're back. So, oops, I'm here. I'm hearing two of me. I'm hearing two of me. Okay, now I'm not hearing two of me. Someone said it doesn't look like anything has moved on marine traffic. So, remember, what you're seeing is that's hundreds of miles of coastline, and these ships don't move that fast. So, from moment to moment, you're not going to see a ship, moving like on flight radar, like you might would. But at this scale that we're looking at, they do update though. But they move at the speed of a bicycle, says Arco Invest. Yeah, so even when a lot of them move, when they're actually moving, that one's at 9.3 knots, which is like what, 11 miles an hour. That's at 9.8 knots, which is what, about 11 miles an hour, right? So that one is moving at 10 knots, 11 miles an hour. Then why are we watching it all day? Because it's what it's where the biggest thing is going on right now, and also because nothing is happening on the cameras like the Tel Aviv and the Beirut camera. So I would rather show the thing that's relevant to what we're discussing. I am not hiding from you. You may find this hard to believe, but I am not actually hiding from you some live shot where all this incredible stuff is happening, but only I can see it. I'm actually not keeping that from you, believe it or not. How often does it refresh? I want to say maybe every minute or so. I have to look it up because I do sometimes see it jump a little bit. Let's see here. And sometimes we do the thing where we speed up, we show you like the last few hours and that kind of thing. Marinetraffic.com is the app. It's a marine ship tracking and marine analytics provider. Yes, you can use it for free. You can use it for free. I am on a paid plan, so I have some things I can do that you can't do for the free plan, but you can go use it right now for free. Marinetraffic.com. Yes, we do time lapses. Once in a while. We've already done it on the stream. I can do another one. I can show you. I have to zoom in a little bit. I can show, like, for example, the last 12 hours. Why does it do that? One. Okay, there we go. This is going to be the last 12 hours, but I got to zoom in. Doesn't do it too wide. So this is the last 12 hours. You can see the timeline on the bottom. On April 14th, reportedly, 16 ships went through the strait, half of them commercial. Hey, give me about 15 seconds here. Hold on. I'll leave this going. We're watching a last 12 hours speed up on marine traffic. Oh, you know what? I didn't even see this. Some of you mentioned this. We mentioned, I didn't even see that the White House had posted the audio from the ship. I'll show that in a second. Some of you probably sent it to me, and I just missed it. Once this is over, I'll show that to you. Martin said Fu Xing is making a break for it. Like I said also, I mean, the ships that go through, I do wonder if they're talking to Iran. Because Iran could still attack a ship. And most ships are not going through. So the ships that do go through seem to think it's safe for them to go through, whereas most don't. Hang on a second here. Hold on. Here is the White House post with the audio. U.S. blockade fully implemented.
The U.S. has announced a formal blockade of Iranian ports and coastal areas. This is illegal action. All vessels are advised to immediately return to port if leaving to port of call. Do not attempt to breach the blockade. Vessels will be boarded for interdiction and seizure, transiting to or from an Iranian port. Turn around and prepare to be boarded. If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force. The whole of the United States Navy is ready to force compliance. Now, the U.S. has announced a formal blockade of Iranian ports and coastal areas. This is illegal action. All vessels are advised to immediately return to port if leaving and discontinue transit to Iran if that is your next port of call. Do not attempt to breach the blockade. Vessels will be boarded for interdiction and seizure, transiting to or from an Iranian port. Turn around and prepare to be boarded. If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force. The whole of the United States Navy is ready to force compliance. Now.
There you go. Les Slippers says there's nothing legal about it. That's what our viewer Les Slippers said. Fort CX says, I would turn around. All right, I need about 15 more seconds. Hang on a second. So what I'm going to do is in a couple minutes, I am going to eat because I haven't eaten, and I will keep the stream up for those who want to hang out and chat. And then afterwards, I'll do some more coverage. If something really huge happens while I'm eating, well, I can just come in. Oops, I didn't want to do that. I can come back in right away. No, I don't have a live cam on the Strait of Hormuz. I don't have any live cams of the ships. By the way, thanks to Dodger Blue to you and Dion. Thank you. Appreciate all the mods who've been here. Shout out to all of our mods. Soggy Sandwich is modding right now. Thank you. Big Ball of Yarn, Bach King Sentient, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over there on X. Paul Anderson, Charlotte Webb. Shannon Davis Hughes on Facebook. Thanks, Barry Eisler, Christopher McConnell Gates for subscribing. Talina Metro for subscribing on Facebook. Brian Davio for subscribing. Thank you. K. Lowry Body, thanks for modding. Who Shot JR, thanks on Twitch for your support. Yeah, so I'll be while I'm eating, I'll keep an eye on the updates. And again, if there's something big, I'll run right back in here. Big Jacoby Myers says massive amounts of bad omen. Oops, I keep doing the wrong thing here. All right, so let me go do this. And I'm going to eat, and I'll keep the stream up, and we'll have more after I eat. Hold on a second here. There we go. All right, going to eat now. I will be back in a little bit, and I'll keep an eye on the news while I'm eating. So I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you for your patience. Those who are still here, thank you for your patience. We are back. I had to, oopsie. First off, I want to mention I had to turn off the jewels, the GIFs on YouTube. This is only for our YouTube. This is only relevant to our YouTube viewers, which is they got turned on today. My understanding is that it's like a thing that lets people watching on mobile, especially on vertical, be able to support creators, which is all well and good. The big problem is that if somebody gives a gift during the stream, like the chat, like it literally like explodes on top of the chat, and you see a big cartoony whatever it is. I mean, we can't have that during our chat. It's going to annoy everybody in the chat. So I really appreciate everybody who gave gifts. That's really nice of you. But I got to turn them off. If you, I hope you're not stuck with lots of jewels. If you somehow got stuck with a bunch of jewels, let me know, and maybe we can figure out how to like turn them on for a minute so you can get rid of your jewels or something. If you can't find somebody else to give them to, you can reach out to me on agendafreetv@gmail.com. So anyways, I really appreciate people giving the gifts. I just can't. I'll have to talk to YouTube about it. But in their current incarnation, it's going to ruin the chat for a lot of people. So unfortunately, it cannot stand. But I do appreciate, I think I owe a couple more thanks, by the way. Dion, Schaff, Zeppelin, John Turpin, Relaxation Time, and Susan Nelson, thank you. And Georgia Peach. So, anyways. Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the chat and I was like, oh my gosh, we're trying to talk about some serious news and then all this stuff is happening over the chat. So, okay. I hope I got everybody who gave stuff. Okay, now let's get back to the story at hand. Somehow, again, my chat window is not. Okay, I think I can see everything now, I think. All right, so we are currently there is no agreed upon. There's no announcement about new talks. So we'll have to see if that happens. If there's going to be new talks, we can look at the last couple hours in the Strait of Hormuz. Let's do the last 3 hours. Well, we can look at on the coast there. Here is the last 3 hours. This is the last 3 hours. You can see the timeline on the bottom there. Looks like Nobler may have gone through at some point. It's also nighttime there. I don't know if that affects things. There's also Karyajaya. I don't know that the header is reeling in the way. Yeah, Nobler is going pretty fast. I mean, well, this is sped up, though. This is quite sped up. This is like 3 hours and 30 seconds or whatever it is. We'll look up Nobler. What was Nobler? Nobler is a chemical tanker sailing under flag of Bahamas. Destination Oman. There it is. So it certainly seemed to have gone through. Right now it's around here. Did it talk to Iran before going through? Most ships are not going through. Most ships seem to think that it's not safe to go through. Let me check something here. So I can't tell you the story on these individuals. These individual ships, but I'm wondering if certain ones talk to Iran. Where is the, hang on. Jody says, I thought the USA is blocking. The blockade is not a blockade of the strait. The blockade is a blockade of Iran's coastline. You know what I should have done? It's not a blockade of the strait. It's telling ships they can't land or at Iran's coast or leave from it. We never looked at. I don't want to play the whole thing. I should have, while I went to eat. I think I was distracted by all of the craziness with the gifts. I think when I went to eat, I should have played the White House press briefing. I could have played it. Go eat again, says one of our viewers. No, we're not. We don't see the military ships on here. That you're not going to see. You're not going to see that. In case you're wondering, I'll show you. Here's the Gulf of Oman, and we'll watch this for the last 3 hours. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's try this again. Oh, it was what I wanted to do. Okay. This is the last 3 hours in the Gulf of Oman. On marinetraffic.com. If they all go at the same time, they can only get a few. Remember, these ships don't go that fast, guys. And you know, the U.S. can track them down even if they're outside of the Gulf of Oman. I don't think they're going to pull away and zoom away, never to be found from the U.S. And the U.S. has planes, too, that can keep an eye on them. That was the last. Oops, did I reset this? Is that what I did? Hold on, we'll reset it. This is the last 3 hours. Wall Street says you don't escape world police. The red are tankers. Green is cargo. Everything, all the red ships are tankers. Dustin Diplock writes in and says, I don't think the war will end while Trump is president and while people are still asking for the release of the Epstein files. Thanks, Dustin, for writing in. Kafakim wrote in mentioning that this supposed missing scientist story was asked about in the White House press briefing today. And Carolyn Levitt said, I definitely think this government administration would deem work worth looking into. There's a couple stories floating around, like claiming that there's this mystery that all of these scientists have gone, disappeared, or been killed. And I haven't really had time to look into it. I'm not aware that there's a connection between any of them. And also that in terms of just statistically, whether the number we're talking about in the incidents is even a statistical abnormality. Like if you added up all of the scientists, and it's certainly not all people who work at the same place, I can tell you that because I saw a list from an article. But I need to look into this more. I have not, I'm very unfamiliar with it, but I would. It's not like 10 people who worked in the same nuclear science office all went missing. So I need to look into it more, but I'd be careful about drawing too quick conclusions. I think it's terrible that anybody goes missing or ends up dying. So I don't mean to belittle that aspect of it at all, but I would just be careful drawing some conclusion that there's some grand plot to kidnap and kill American scientists? You know, but I just haven't had time to look into it more. Stanislav Babenko thinks it's a far-flung conspiracy theory. Again, I haven't even had time to really read about it. I saw one article talking about it, and they listed the people, and it certainly wasn't like they were working all in the same office. But again, I just don't have a lot of details on it. Also, some of the people are not missing. Some of the people are deceased. But thanks to, maybe we can talk about it on a future stream at some point. Thanks to Kafakim for mentioning it, because we were talking about it a little bit yesterday because a viewer brought it up. So Kafakim mentioned that it was asked about in the briefing. Michelle Lauzon says, does Iran get to keep the uranium or have to give it up? Well, President Trump wants them to give it up, but we'll have to see. They're enriched uranium. What is this? One of our viewers had mentioned a recent War Powers Resolution vote. The War Powers Resolution says that the president has to get authorization to use troops, I believe it is, within 60 days of using them, or they can no longer use them anymore. Basically, that's probably not a very rigorous definition. But you can see here the Washington Post says, the Senate rejected a resolution today to block President Trump from ordering further strikes on Iran, even as some Republicans raised increasing concerns about Congress's lack of input on the matter. Now, I don't even know what this vote was. The vote was the latest test of lawmakers' support for the unpopular conflict. They call it the unpopular conflict. Washington Post. Democrats have forced 3 votes on 3 other war powers resolutions since the war stalled, all of which has failed. Some Republicans who oppose the resolution say they nevertheless want Trump to consult Congress as the war approached the 2-month mark, an important legal deadline. The War Powers Resolution of 1973, the law Democrats are using to force the votes, requires presidents to remove U.S. forces from any conflict that Congress has not authorized within 60 days. Trump can obtain a 30-day extension if he certifies that it is an unavoidable military necessity. Trump predicted shortly after the war started that it would be over within 4 or 5 weeks, but the 60-day deadline, which arrives May 1st, is rapidly approaching. Senate Majority Leader John Thune did not say today whether he wants Trump to seek authorization from Congress before the 60-day mark, but he has called for the administration to articulate how it plans to end the war as the deadline approaches. Lisa Murkowski, Republican of Alaska, said, the president recognized ahead of time when he first went into Iran that this was going to be a short-term thing, right? Well, we're probably not going to be dealing with 60 days. Well, here we are. John Thune said the White House needs a plan for how to wind this down and get an outcome that actually leads to a safer and more secure Middle East. Some Senate Republicans have gone further. Republican John Curtis of Utah says he will not support more funding for military operations against Iran unless Congress declares war. Susan Collins of Maine, Republican, said Congress needs to authorize the conflict if it exceeds 60 days or if the U.S. deploys ground troops, which Trump has not ruled out. She said, I have been clear from the beginning of this military operation that the president's power is not unlimited as commander-in-chief, and as the Constitution gives Congress an essential role in matters of war and peace. The House is expected to vote Thursday on its own resolution to block Trump from ordering more strikes on Iran. A similar resolution narrowly failed last month. Republican Don Bacon from Nebraska said Trump needs to seek authorization from Congress before the 60-day deadline. If the president if he wants to keep doing this, he's going to have to sort of lead the way on it because the 60 days are coming due. Senator Tom Tillis, Republican of North Carolina, said he was open to supporting an authorization for the use of military force, but expected the administration to respect the 60-day deadline. Other Republicans, the 1973 law bars presidents from ordering U.S. forces into hostilities without congressional authorization unless the country or its troops are attacked. Other Republicans have downplayed the looming deadline. Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican of North South Carolina, said he believes the war powers law is unconstitutional. Senator Ron Johnson from Wisconsin, Republican, said Trump should not allow this war powers law to restrict him from removing the Iranian regime from power. Senate Democrats have also brushed aside the 60-day deadline, arguing that Trump started the war illegally, so the deadline means little. Una Hathaway, a professor of international law at Yale, who served as a special counsel to the Defense Department during the Obama administration, said the 60-day deadline would still apply even if Trump started the war illegally. The 60-day threshold, she said, is meaningful in that it makes exceedingly clear to anyone who is wondering that the president is prepared to ignore the law altogether. That's a little bit confusing, that sentence. Maybe it's taken out of context. The Trump administration argued last year that it was not bound by the threshold during its campaign against alleged drug traffickers in the waters off Latin America, telling Congress in private it did not believe the strikes rose to the level of hostilities governed under the law. The White House has not said whether Trump would seek that 30-day extension that the law allows for. Trump would not be the first president to be undeterred by the 60-day deadline. President Barack Obama did not seek authorization from Congress before ordering strikes on Libya in 2011, which continued beyond the 60-day threshold. Hathaway, the law professor, right? Professor of international law, warned at the time that Obama's failure to comply with the law would condemn it to a quiet death by a president who had solemnly pledged on the campaign trail to put an end to indiscriminate war-making. Neither did President Clinton abide by the deadline when he ordered the bombing of Kosovo in 1999, though his administration argued that Congress implicitly authorized the strikes because it passed legislation to fund them within 60 days before the start of the campaign. Anyways, that's a little background on this whole war powers resolution thing from the Washington Post. But again, the law requires presidents to remove U.S. forces from any conflict that Congress has not authorized within 60 days. They can extend a 30-day extension if they certify that it's an unavoidable military necessity. I believe the 30 days is to get them home. Spears Law says, I don't think it's been enforced since World War II. I don't know the whole history of it. Here's a little summary of it from Encyclopedia Britannica. I like seeing them, checking out what they have to say once in a while. Encyclopedia Britannica, check it out. War Powers Act, law passed by the U.S. Congress on November 7, 1973, over the veto of President Richard Nixon. The joint measure was called the War Powers Resolution, though the title of the Senate-approved bill, War Powers Act, became widely used. The act sought to restrain the president's ability to commit U.S. forces overseas by requiring the executive branch to consult with and report to Congress before involving U.S. forces in foreign hostilities. Widely considered a measure for preventing future Vietnams, widely considered a measure for preventing future Vietnams, it was nonetheless generally resisted or ignored by subsequent presidents, many of whom regarded it as an unconstitutional usurpation of their executive authority. Since the passage of this joint resolution, presidents have tended to take actions that have been consistent with, rather than pursuant to, the provisions of the act, in some cases seeking congressional approval for military action without invoking the law itself. Members of Congress have complained they have not been given timely notification or of sufficient details regarding some military engagements. Some legislators have gone to court unsuccessfully to seek adjudication of what they believe to have been violations of the act. Increasingly, presidents have identified resolutions taken by the UN or NATO as justification for military intervention. That's a very brief summary, but a little more background. I'll post the link to that in the chat if you want. You can go to Britannica.com and check it out. I appreciate, they're not a sponsor, but I appreciate them letting me show that to you anyway. Britannica.com. Just to be clear, they're not a sponsor. Shadow Falls thinks it restricts executive authority spelled out in the Constitution. I don't have adequate legal background to get into a great discussion of the interesting topic of the possible unconstitutionality of that law. Sounds like it had been challenged at court in some, well, no. Actually, I don't even want to say. Sounds like there have been court cases regarding it, but I don't know them. Thank you, Gold Roger. Gold Roger says, do you think this will continue to next year? I have no idea. I mean, to next year is a long time. That's a long time to have all of these forces out. Just have all the forces out there. So that in itself is long. But I don't know what's going to happen here. I have no idea. But I mean, that's, next year is 8.5 months away. User YK thinks 2 years minimum. Now, who knows? Maybe it considers it could continue in a different form, maybe with less troops or something. Don't know. I mean, look what happened with Israel and Hezbollah after the 2024 war. Israel kept periodically launching attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Lone Star Irvin says 2 to 5 years seems reasonable. Pure Fire thinks Iran will go broke in a month. Give me a moment here. I want to check out, where is it here? Don't even see it on their site. Institute for the Study of War just posted a new evening update at the study of war. I wanted to mention a couple things here. We know that the blockade continues. Okay. CENTCOM said they have halted economic maritime trade to and from Iran. The U.S. has reportedly set 2 preconditions for another round of negotiations. Now, I'm not sure. I mean, there's different reports about this. First, Iran must fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and second, the Iranian negotiating delegation must have full authority to finalize a deal. Is that true? I hadn't heard this. Preconditions for another round of negotiations? I had not heard this report. They're getting this from somewhere. The second precondition comes amid reports of intra-regime conflict and corroborates our assessment that the U.S. is negotiating with a divided council of hardliners and pragmatists rather than a singular unified authority. Some of our viewers have bet. Somebody was asking about that yesterday, about do the people who show up at the negotiations have the ability to close the deal themselves? So, yeah, it's not clear who exactly is exercising all the power, but it's an interesting thought that there could be people who think differently with a say. But I don't know where that report is coming from. See, the thing is, I don't think they've posted this on their site yet. When they post it on their site, they'll have citations. But I don't even see it on the site. Let's see, hold on. Oh, here it is. I got it right here. This is from their website. It says 2 preconditions, 5 and 6. What are these footnotes here? We need citation 5 and 6. Where are the citations down here? They're here somewhere. Endnotes. That's what I want. They're not opening up yet. Oh, here they go. So 5 and 6, it seems to not be opening up for me. How about this? There we go. 5 is from Israel Hayom. So I'm not sure about that. They're citing a report that says there are these 2 preconditions for another round of negotiations from Israel Hayom. I don't know if that's true. That these are preconditions. I don't know that Iran's going to be willing to open the Strait of Hormuz before sitting down at the negotiating table again. That seems like a lot to ask before they even sit down again with you to negotiate. Anyways, it's an interesting question whether there are preconditions to the U.S. sitting down with Iran, whether they're saying, you got to do this first. Anyways, let's just look a little more at this. I'm going to post a link to this article if you want to read the Institute for the Study of War update. I just posted a link to it. And it's also a very interesting question whether the people who are running Iran now include people with quite different views. That's also a good question. We don't know. They say here some Iranian officials have signaled different levels of willingness to compromise on Iran's nuclear program and negotiations with the U.S. These statements, at least to some extent, reflect internal disagreement over Iran's negotiating position. There certainly could be. The Israeli defense minister stated yesterday that the U.S. and Israel have decided that removing the enriched uranium from Iran is a threshold condition for ending the U.S.-Israeli campaign. Again, I don't know if it's really true that it is such a condition, but the Israeli defense minister, I guess, said it. Going to skip down. Pakistan is reportedly pushing the U.S. and Iran to extend the ceasefire by 45 days. I don't know if that's true. It's a long time. Iran is exploiting the current ceasefire to reorganize and regenerate its ballistic missile forces program on the tactical level by attempting to reopen tunnel entrances at missile bases. Now, where is that? Where are they getting that report from? Says 7. I need to go to the end. Oh, no, where did it go from here? Right here. Satellite imagery observed by CNN on April 14th showed that Iran attempted to remove debris in front of the entrances to the southwest Tabriz missile base in Tabriz and the Khomeini missile base in Khomeini. I assume that's a CNN report. An Israeli geospatial analyst assessed that internal structures of those missile bases appear to be attacked and that missile stockpiles are likely still there. Those bases were struck in late February and early March. Iran is exploiting the lack of force strikes during the ceasefire to move and use the construction equipment, such as bulldozers, necessary to access the missile launchers at those bases. Unspecified sources told CNN on April 14th that U.S. intelligence officials assessed that roughly half of Iran's missile launchers are still operational. I assume that was from a CNN report. 35 to 38. Well, seeing different things. Well, there is a CNN article here. I'd have to go. So I'm not going to do it right now, but what they're doing here is they're saying, hey, there are these different reports and putting them out there, but, I can't verify these different reports they're citing, but they do have links to them. So if you go to the Institute for the Study of War article, they don't have like a team of reporters that's uncovering this stuff. They're looking around for different reports and putting them together and saying, here's where we got this. And then they said, yeah, we already talked about this earlier in the stream. Financial Times reported that Iran reportedly utilized an advanced reconnaissance satellite purchased from China to target U.S. military assets and bases across the Middle East during the war. If you want to see our discussion of that, rewind the stream. Anyways, I'll post a link and you can read this whole article if you want and check their citations and everything. I like checking their reports at Institute for the Study of War. But give me a second. I'll post the link in the chat for you. Chris N says ceasefire ends soon. In a week. Dizzle Dog said what? CNN had images. They have that. I can't steal their images, but I can check the page. Yeah, amid ceasefire, Iran digs for missile launchers trapped underground. I'll post a link to that in the chat. You can check their post with images. They have like a picture of a missile base with dump trucks, and a missile base with dump trucks nearby, and a front end loader. Did that work? Try it again. Did the link not get posted? Oh, I know why it didn't get posted. I'm sorry. I know. So I just posted the link to that CNN story. But now I know why the Institute for the Study of War link didn't get posted. I'll post it now. My normal chat window I use is messed up. I got to fix it later. So I think I just fixed it. I got the links in there for you on YouTube. Sorry, they weren't showing up on YouTube. It's just I got to deal with that later. Thank you, Sparky Jean, by the way. Chulo Gordo says, I thought everything was obliterated. Dr. B, PhD, real therapist says, I would surmise that both sides are using this time to rebuild. U.S. is sending more troops, ships, aircraft. This is interesting. Tanker trackers posted a satellite photo that shows that Iran, on one of their islands, Siri Island, lost a crude oil storage tank that was capable of storing 1 million barrels. I'll post a link to that in the chat as well. Looks like maybe it was attacked. Aileen says America is fighting a war it will not win. Mignio says already won and stocks recovered to all-time high. Waltham Mass thinks Trump doesn't have the cards. Thanks, Rad Dad. I appreciate it, Rad Dad. Thanks for being a member. Oh, there was an interesting thing about the Gerald Ford setting a record. Yeah, a bunch of articles about this, like USNI, U.S. Navy Institute said, U.S. Naval Institute said that the Gerald R. Ford, that's the aircraft carrier crew, are now the record holders for longest carrier deployment since collapse of the Soviet Union. Their deployment is now 295 days. They left last year from Naval Station Norfolk, Virginia, on June 24th, 2025. Wow. U.S. Naval Institute says it's set their deployment set to last till May and could rival Vietnam-era deployments based on testimony from Navy leaders. Watch and enjoy says, feel sorry for the sailors. Evelyn in Maine says, long time to be away from family. Einergy says, that is a long time. Was it new last year? It was launched in 2013. The USS Gerald R. Ford. Yeah, it's the longest. Another article, Navy Times says it's the longest post-Vietnam deployment, 296 days at sea. The current longest deployment, modern or historic, says Navy Times, is the USS Midway during the Vietnam War, which reached 332 days. Hectate thinks Iran is going to be broke soon. I don't know that I'll be live to cover it, but if you're interested, there is an Operation Epic Fury press conference at 8 a.m. with Secretary Hegseth and Chairman Kane tomorrow. Thanks, Just Aussie, for your service. Just Aussie was in Iraq twice in the service. You can see here from Reuters, U.S. optimistic of deal with Iran as it increases economic pressure. Oh, I have a little video here I can show you. Probably should show you this. Yes, little video update on what's happening. I'm going to show you that in a second. I need a second though. What's this? Oh, and also a video about residents in northern Tehran. We can watch that as well. Reuters says the Trump administration expressed optimism today about reaching a deal to end the war with Iran, while also warning of increasing economic pressure against Iran if it remains defiant. U.S. and Iranian officials were weighing a return to Pakistan for further talks as early as this coming weekend, after negotiations ended on Sunday without a breakthrough. Mediator Pakistan's army chief arrived in Tehran today to try to prevent a renewal of the conflict. Carolyn Levitt said today, White House press secretary, "We feel good about the prospects of a deal." More in-person talks had not been confirmed, but would likely take place in Pakistan again, she said. Pakistan's military confirmed that Field Marshal Asim Munir had arrived in Tehran. A senior Iranian source told Reuters that Munir, who had mediated the last round of talks, would seek to narrow gaps between the two sides. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi of Iran posted on X welcoming Munir and said Iran was committed to promoting peace and stability in the region. Now, let me play something for you here, the video that goes along with this. Here, we can take a look at this from Reuters. Oops.
Pakistan.
Here we go. This is happening, coming in both speakers or one speaker.
Pakistan's army chief arrived in Iran Wednesday to try to push for an end to the U.S. war with Iran. A senior Iranian source told Reuters that Field Marshal Asim Munir, who had mediated the last round of talks, was there to narrow gaps between the two sides. U.S. and Iranian officials are now weighing a return to Pakistan for a new round of negotiations. President Donald Trump told Fox Business Network on Tuesday, in an interview broadcast Wednesday, that he viewed the war as close to over. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghai confirmed the two sides have been exchanging messages through Pakistani intermediaries since talks broke down on Sunday.
The exchange of messages continues. From the very day, Sunday, when the delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran returned to Tehran until today, numerous messages have been exchanged through a Pakistani intermediary. Our positions have been made very clear both there as well as in those exchanges.
But the diplomatic effort is being tested by a U.S. naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, now entering its third day. A fifth of the world's oil and gas travels through the waterway. Baghai called the blockade provocative and contrary to international law, warning it could be a prelude to a breach of the ceasefire and that Iranian forces would react as necessary. The two sides remain far apart on core issues. Washington has proposed suspending Iran's nuclear activity for 20 years. Tehran has countered with 3 to 5 years. Iran is also demanding compensation for war damages, not just a lifting of sanctions. Trump launched the war alongside Israel on February 28th. triggering Iranian attacks on Gulf neighbors and reigniting a conflict between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon. Complicating peace efforts, Israel has continued to attack Lebanon as it targets Hezbollah, who are backed by Iran. Israel and the U.S. say this campaign is not covered by the ceasefire, while Iran insists it is. Israel's Security Cabinet will convene late on Wednesday to discuss a possible Lebanon ceasefire, a senior Israeli official told Reuters, after Israel and Lebanese officials held talks in Washington a day earlier. Pakistan's army chief arrived.
A lot going on. A lot going on. There's another video I want to show you too. Jan Joel, our viewer on Twitch, says, sources are telling me, says Jan Joel, we will see talks this weekend. "6'3" says, no nukes for you. One of them said, Pakistan dude has the briefcase. I don't know if that's the nuclear briefcase. That's a good question. They have nuclear weapons.
In Iran when
I have no idea. Thank you, Past MG, for watching. Let me show you also, there's another video here about people in Iran. Let's look at that for a second.
In northern Tehran, residents exercised in the park as they tried to resume.
Also from Reuters.
In northern Tehran, residents exercised in the park as they tried to resume their daily lives. This affluent neighborhood has been spared the worst of the strikes from the United States and Israel's war on Iran. Still, residents here are holding their breath amid a fragile ceasefire between the U.S., Israel, and Iran.
I don't want to say it's normal, but as an Iranian, with such a history, it's not very bad. We can live with it, but we prefer to live in peace.
At a coffee shop in northern Tehran, this 28-year-old IT worker described what the past few weeks have been like for her.
Yes.
I need to just fix the sync between the video and the audio. Give me a second here. Let's try this. This should work. That should have fixed it.
It sounds of war, it sounds of bombs. Of course we're afraid. But, you know, we try to be relaxed and hope to the peace days.
The U.S. and Iran have so far failed to reach an agreement to end their war despite marathon talks in Pakistan. Many citizens are waiting to see whether U.S. President Trump will extend the ceasefire. Meanwhile, the Iranian government has banned the internet, allowing Iranians access only to local websites and apps within the country.
For more than 2 months, the internet in Iran has been cut off. No one can work. Our connection with the whole world has been cut off. We don't have any way to communicate with our families who are outside Iran.
24-year-old Arshia Yazdani, who owns a car dealership, says some people are going into debt as a result of the war.
Our work and business have been completely disrupted. And for now, very beginning when the war started, we have been and continue to pay everything out of our own pockets.
In northern Tehran,
I actually think that's a neat video to be able to see something about the impacts of the regular people in these countries and everything they're going through. Deadly Dylan says, praying for these people. Proxy Lay says, then do something about it. If millions protest, they can't do anything about it. Well, I understand what you're saying, but an issue in Iran is they have a record of sometimes of violently putting down protests and sometimes killing the protesters. Well, Karen says Pakistan trying to take the stage all of a sudden is a scary thought. They are mediating. Maybe it'll help lead to a deal. Hectate liked the video. I think the video of the regular people, but it may have been the other one. Pepe says, no more negotiations. Let Iran come out on television telling Trump, we giving up on nuclear weapons. Giving up on, not giving up are. They don't currently have them, as our viewer Cold World says. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Not that I have that many updates right now, but there was something I was going to try to go to tonight that I didn't know if I'd make. So I think I'm going to try to get there. And, but I can jump back on if anything really urgent happens. But I think I'm going to start wrapping up this live stream. And we're, of course, going to have more coverage for you. But again, if something happens later tonight and it's huge, I can come back on the air. It's not a problem. But I think for now, I'm going to try to wrap this up. So I appreciate you guys being here. And we'll see what happens. It's interesting, no new talks scheduled yet. We'll see if at least talks get scheduled. And it's still 7 days of the ceasefire. I don't know what's going to happen, but we'll have updates for you. I really appreciate you guys coming to the stream and sending in updates yourself and posting your messages in the chat and letting me read your comments and sending me things you're seeing. So much appreciated. And again, we'll have more coverage from you for you. And if there's other big stories, we'll cover those as well. And so if you want, subscribe, follow the channel Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And I would suggest turning on our notifications because you never know when I'm going to have to rush on the air to cover big breaking news. And if you don't want to miss a stream, you can sign up for our free notifications, which work great. We do it ourselves through Discord. And excuse me, the mods will post the link to the free notifications in the chat. They're really reliable. And also you can find that link to the notifications on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. So sign up for those if you haven't. That'd be my recommendation. Also, I will post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me over there if you want for breaking news, @Lookner on X. I will be posting stuff there. I think I missed somebody before. Did I miss? By the way, thanks to Gen Xer. You know, I had seen that story, Gen Xer. Maybe I'll peek at it before we get off the air. But there was a story about, without getting into the details right now, maybe we can talk about it in more depth next time. Where is it here? If I can find it. Pentagon approaches automakers, manufacturers to boost weapons production. Wall Street Journal reports, says Reuters. Senior defense officials have held talks about producing weapons and other military supplies with top executives of companies including General Motors and Ford Motor. The preliminary and wide-ranging talks, which started before the war in Iran, come as the Trump administration wants automakers and other manufacturers, American manufacturers, to play a larger role in weapons production. Anyways, maybe we can look at that next time we're on the air. Remind me. I'll make a note of that story right now. Thanks, Gen Xer, for mentioning that and for your support. And also, I forgot to thank Mark Grenfell, by the way. Thank you, Mark Grenfell. Mark, we talked about Mark says China calls U.S. blockade dangerous and irresponsible, urges de-escalation. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. I think we actually read that quote earlier. Mark says, is this just standard commenting from China? I don't know enough about their past reactions. I mean, they're not threatening to get in the war, if that's what you're asking. Remember, most of the oil that Iran exported was being sent to China. They were the ones buying it. So they're certainly impacted by the blockade. That could be a reason for it. One reason. Thank you, Mark. Anyways, we'll have more next time. And but I appreciate everybody tuning in. Thank you for watching the stream. And a huge thanks to our moderators as well. Ruth moderating, thank you. Leslie Ladyhawk and Beezy over on YouTube, thank you. We couldn't have our chat rooms without our moderators. Thanks so much for being here. And also over there on Twitch, people like DeBears, Idaho Star, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, thank you. Thanks to Big Chief Rick for subscribing as well on Twitch. Thank you, Big Chief Rick. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you. And on Facebook, I don't know why the Facebook stream restarted. I had to restart the Facebook stream and it stopped on its own. But thanks everybody for watching over there. Thanks to our mods there, Andrea Holder, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Charlotte Webb. Thank you. And thanks to everybody for supporting the channel. As I just said, thanks to Gen Xer and Mark Grenfell and everybody else for your support of the channel tonight. Very kind of you. Uh-oh, I have to do something here. Your support is what allows this channel to exist. So I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hold on a second here. My mind is blanking right now. Someone tonight gave like 200 memberships. Can someone remind me? My mind will hit a blank. Somebody will remember in the chat. Again, my brain isn't working. Someone will tell me in the chat. I don't know if I might be able to go back and find it. Hold on. Oh, I missed a couple other things here. I didn't thank the world famous Lily Pichu for the memberships. World famous Lily Pichu, thank you. I don't know if I thanked I Am Good Goy. Thanks, I Am Good Goy. Oh, Tech Trainer. It was Tech Trainer. So thanks to Tech Trainer, who gave, I think, 200 people memberships. It was incredible. But yeah, Tech Trainer, Simp Nasty, you remembered. And but everybody else who's for your support, that's really nice of you guys. Thank you so much for helping the channel out, allowing the channel to be here. And hopefully I got everybody. Hey, also, what was I going to say? Oh, another good way to find out when we're live. If you're on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I post there in advance of our streams, so you get a heads up. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. The Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. It's free. Check out the Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And big thanks to all of our Discord mods who help out with the Discord chat. Also, if you know what I didn't do during the stream today, and I should have thanked during the stream. I'll thank them now. But I try to thank during the stream our Facebook subscribers and our YouTube members. And I forgot. I'm sorry. We're going to do it right now. Hey, but if you watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. And to do that, subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you have the bell checked and you've chosen all notifications. Let's see. I want to thank our Facebook subscribers like Kristen McConnell Gates, who's there, Brian Daviow, Diane Allworth, Kay Lowry Body. Hey, thanks Michael Fergal for the Facebook stars. That's very nice of you, Michael. And William Bowser. William Bowser, thanks for the Facebook stars. And I think I said Brian Davio, thanks for subscribing. All of our other subscribers there, Robert Rial II and all the others, thank you. Our Twitch subscribers, shout out to you, people like Uncle Fester, Wall Street Shaggy, Servomax. Servomax thinks it's a completely unneeded war with no benefit to anyone except billionaires. Thank you, Servomax, for subscribing. Hugh J. Captain Ferret, thanks for subscribing. Big Chief Rick as well. Glue Man. Matthew Kohai 3, Kai Smooth, Sarah, thank you. Simp Nasty, thanks for subscribing, Simp Nasty Scrimp. And also Mr. Clam, thank you for subscribing. Susan CH4, Gimmer Strike, thanks for subscribing. Alper 420, Jan Joel, Zing Dingaling, Proxy Lay, thank you for subscribing. All of our other subscribers on Twitch. Who Shot JR, thanks as well. Thanks so much. Strong One as well. And our YouTube members. People like Riri Patton, Crypto King, Evelyn in Maine, North Midwest Buzzsaw, Sloppy Joe, Confidence in God, Benny Hill, Justin, JF, The One and Only, Bunker Buster, Mark Grenfell, Prepared Citizen, that guy from that thing. Thanks everybody who gave gifts on YouTube. Sorry we had to shut it off. We had it for one day, but it's this new thing on YouTube. But every time somebody gave a gift, it would like literally, this animation would pop up on the chat, which made it very difficult for people to look at the chat. So, but I appreciate you trying. Over there, Dion and everybody else. Walfam Mass, thanks for being a member. Dr. McRib. I am your mom. Thanks for being members. Mike H, maybe one day you will get the gift membership. Thanks, Cuz Lightyear, for being here. KK, thanks for watching. Lo Elgo Dego. Thank you, My Mind Spray, for watching. SDF, thanks for watching. Speed Wiener, Freddie Pines, thanks for watching. Thank you, My Mind Spray. What will happen next in all of this? I do not know. We will be covering it. We will be watching it. Thank you to, hey, Martha Crawford, thanks for being here. Thanks for subscribing, Martha. Thanks, Sam Dinies, for watching. Marianne Sell. Melissa Terry, thank you. Michelle Batten. All right, guys. So I am wrapping this up. That is it for now. Thank you for watching our live update on the Iran war and naval blockade. We will be covering more news soon and have updates on this as they happen. That's it for now. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.